أهلا وسهلا.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم.
شكرا ستنا.
السلام عليكم جميعا.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
مرحبا، أحييكم.
بك على فضل، على عمرك.
السلام عليكم فضيلة الشيخ عبد
السلام. حياكم الله سيدي.
السلام عليكم جميعا.
السلام
عليك الشيخ نور الحق قادري.
شكرا سيدي.
لكن نجود أظن نبتدي.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, and may God's blessings be upon his prophets and messengers. Your Excellencies, Abu Tamam, the poet, says that it is great to see people who are close to us. They are like moons and suns in our eyes. From the land of peace, we are addressing you in order to spread peace, and the best beginning for this gathering is verses of the Quran from Sheikh Abdul Basit Abdul Samad, the Emirati version.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم تر أن الله أنزل من السماء ماء فأخرجنا به ثمرات مختلفا ألوانها ومن الجبال جدد بيض وحمر مختلف ألوانها وغرابيب سود ومن الناس والدواب والأنعام مختلف ألوانه كذلك إنما يخشى الله من عباده العلماء إن الله عزيز غفور. إن الذين يتلون كتاب الله وأقاموا الصلاة وأنفقوا مما رزقناهم سرا وعلانية يرجون تجارة لن تبور ليوفيهم أجورهم ويزيدهم من فضله إنه غفور شكور. صدق الله العظيم.
فتح الله عليك شيخ عبد الباسط. شكرا لك.
Thank you, Sheikh Abdul Basit. Now, I would like to introduce His Excellency Nahyan Mubarak Al Nuhayan, the Minister of Tolerance in the United Arab Emirates. The floor is yours, sir.
أولا نبتدي بالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. فضيلة الشيخ عبد الله مبيه رئيس منتدى الحديث الشرعي، أصحاب الفضيلة المشاركون في الملتقى السابق والمنتدى، معالي الشيخ الدكتور محمد عبد الكريم عيسى الأمين العام لرابطة العالم الإسلامي، معالي الدكتور محمد مختار جمع وزير الأوقاف، معالي نور الحق غادري الوزير الاتحادي للشؤون الدينية والتحالف بين الأديان، سعادة السفير سام براون باك سفير الحريات الدينية في وزارة الخارجية الأمريكية، سعادة جاستن ويلبي رئيس ساقفة كانتبري كنيسة إنجلترا، ومعالي ميغيل مورا تونس الممثل السامي للتحالف الحضارات التابع للأمم المتحدة، وسعادة البروفيسورة ميليسا روجرز المدير السابق لمكتب الشراكات الدينية في البيت الأبيض، الأستاذ في كلية لاهوات الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. أيها الأخوة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أحييكم أطيب تحية ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أشترك معكم.
It is my pleasure to be with you here today
في هذا المنتدى الذي ينعقد في ظل الرعاية الكريمة لسمو الأخ الشيخ عبد الله بن زايد آل نهيان الخارجية والتعاون الدولي، الذي يحرص دائما على رعاية هذه الفعاليات الهامة. التي تعبر عن ثقة كاملة في مستقبل الأمة وبقدراتها على الانفتاح بوعي وذكاء على كافة التطورات في العالم، بل وعن اعتزازه كذلك.
This event shows that we are very proud of what we are doing here in the Emirates. We are playing a major role in helping the world to become more developed.
إن موضوع هذا الملتقى أيها الأخوة إنما يؤكد عندي عددا من المعاني المهمة.
The topic of this forum confirms a number of important values, and one of these values is the following. In Abu Dhabi, we talk about the world post-corona and how we can prepare ourselves for a better world for everyone. This country is looking forward to the future, and it is always working to deal with the different parameters. And thanks be to God, we are a country where the people are closely connected to their leaders. They love their leaders, they enjoy safety, security, and stability. And we are working together in order to achieve the vision of our leader through his continuous work and through his support to the different initiatives. We are working on having a successful future and a bright future for our area and for our world. We are working in a way that is in line with the different parameters, the different new parameters, and we are emphasizing the joint work as a value. We want to achieve the good for all. We want to develop the different institutions in the different areas. Another thing that crossed my mind when I was invited to speak at this forum is how important it is to understand the challenges before us. We need to look at the challenges facing the world in the post-corona era. These are challenges that are connected in a direct way with this pandemic. And some of the challenges are connected with different areas that may hamper our progress. And it is very clear to me that we need to build the capabilities of our societies to face pandemics. We need to focus in a serious manner on deepening the cooperation, the international cooperation in this field. We are convinced that facing pandemics is the responsibility of all countries jointly. All of us have a duty to fulfill and a responsibility to bear. We need to help those who are most vulnerable, those who are at risk of suffering as a result of pandemics. We need to do this work in the context of a framework that puts aside discrimination. We should work to help everyone to feel optimistic and hopeful in the future. There are important calls and initiatives around the world which we are supporting very strongly in order to make sure that there is fair distribution of the vaccine of COVID-19 and the medicines and medications that can treat this virus. We are working on supporting the fair distribution of this. And we are doing this irrespective of any differences between us. We look at all human beings as equals. At the same time, in the post-corona era, the world will continue to face other challenges. It will continue to face internal and external challenges, things that are related to information and communication technology. It will have to do with different economic alliances, trade wars, the ubiquity of smart devices, maybe sectarian rifts. We will have all these challenges to deal with, either internally or between countries. We also have the climate change challenges, challenges also related to education, healthcare, human development, societal development. All these are challenges we will have to deal with. These are challenges that are in common between all people of the world, and they are directly linked to shaping our present and our future in all parts of the world. Brothers and sisters, the third point I would like to point to today is that I hope that this forum is going to be a venue for us to confirm that we in Muslim societies and in the whole world, we are going to be launching initiatives and using the appropriate means in order to meet all these challenges and face them. I hope that through your recommendations and through your suggestions and proposals, you are going to be raising your voices that solidarity between all parts of the world is the only way forward. It is the only effective way to deal with these challenges. Muslim societies are fully capable of contributing to give the world and take from the world, to interact with the world in a positive way. We have a history to be proud of. It is a history full of human interaction. In this forum, I hope that you are going to raise your voices and clarify that Islam has always been a religion that respects the mind, respects the intellect, that calls for solidarity and launching initiatives of common work for the good of all. Islam is always connected with virtues and human principles that aim to achieve justice, freedom, and a decent life for all. It aims to achieve prosperity for all. Islam has always called for balanced views and a balance between duties and responsibilities. It is also a religion that aims to empower human beings to be the stewards of the earth and to create whatever is in the good of all. I hope that your suggestions, your discussions and recommendations in this forum are going to emphasize these virtues and these human values in dealing with the challenges that we are meeting in our present and we will meet in our future. And today I would like to emphasize the importance of the role that we all have to play, which is the role of bringing everyone together and uniting all people of the world. It is also a role that helps to make decision making at all levels a wiser process. And please allow me to point out that the United Arab Emirates is going to celebrate next year its 50th anniversary, and the UAE has set before its eyes an important goal for the coming 50 years, and that is for us to remain a country based on values and human virtues. We plan to have this as a guiding path for us. These values of tolerance, of coexistence, of solidarity, justice, and doing good for all, these are our values. We are going to do all this without discrimination. Brothers and sisters, in conclusion, I would like to point out that values and virtues in our world can only be achieved by the people of this world. People who are in the right mind, people who are able to communicate with others and deal confidently and openly with others. The people of this world, through their thinking and through their virtues, can decide whether a society can contribute to the good of this world or not. So we must work to infuse everyone to work for the good of everyone. And this in the frame of coexistence, solidarity, and putting our differences aside. We have to put our interest as a society first. This has to have priority over the interest of individuals or different groups. I am confident that Islamic societies are going to be successful in facing the serious challenges that we will have to deal with in the post-corona era, and I'm confident that we will play our role in order to help our humanity go forward. I pray to God that all of you are going to be successful in your discussions and deliberations. And I would like to express my gratitude once all to His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan for his sponsorship and for allowing this meeting to go through. I would like to wish you all the best, and I hope to be able to see you in the future in Abu Dhabi, your second country. Thank you for your participation, and may you all be successful, and may God's peace be upon you. Thank you.
شكرا لمعالي الشيخ نهيان بن مبارك آل نهيان وزير التسامح الطيبة. الآن أيها الأحبة ننتقل مع كلمة معالي العلامة عبد الله بن بية رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة المتحدة، فليتفضل.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، اللهم صل وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى إخوانه من النبيين والمرسلين. شكرا معالي الشيخ نهيان مبارك آل نهيان على الكلمة القيمة التي افتتحتم بها.
We thank His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan for his kind words in opening this forum.
Your Excellency Sheikh Nahyan,
His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad bin Abdullah Al Isa, Secretary General of the Muslim World League, His Excellency Muhammad Mukhtar Joma, Minister of Endowments in Egypt, His Excellency Nurul Haq Qadri, Federal Minister of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Alliance in Pakistan, His Most Reverend and Right Honourable Justin Welby, Archbishop of Canterbury, Church of England, also Ambassador Sam Brownback, United States Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedoms in the Department of State, the United States of America, His Excellency Mr. Miguel Angel Moratinos, High Representative of the United Nations Alliance for Civilizations, and Professor Melissa Rogers, Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, Your Beatitudes, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to welcome you as we have become used to welcoming you in the forum of promoting peace in the capital of peace and coexistence, in the capital of the United Arab Emirates. I thank you for joining us in this 7th forum, which is taking place under exceptional circumstances. Our minds and our hearts meet whilst we are physically hostages of the circumstances and the restrictions imposed on us. The forum has consistently been a new and unique model of dialogue and meeting of minds. In addition to the presentations, discussions, and working groups, there was another form of connection, no less important, which is the presence in person and where we meet and where civilizations meet in a shared place, sharing in life and motion and speaking together. Such gatherings have always been in the capital of humanism, Abu Dhabi, where everyone experienced for themselves the spirit of peace as it existed in his homeland, and where everyone was inspired by the vision of tolerance and the fragrance of love. Our assembly comes this year in the context of existential challenges facing humanity as a result of this pandemic, which disrupted our patterns of human life and rearranged our priorities and questioned our human values, our principal values. It's a crisis of paradoxes in the management of dialects, and which humanity has not seen before. We have met as human beings many crises over the ages, but this particular crisis is unique in our modern age. Its impacts have been felt throughout our lives. It is a crisis that brings many crises with it. It is a crisis of contradictions. And humanity is now called upon to strike extremely delicate balances between a number of contradictions, between the healthcare bill and the economic bill, and whether we choose to prioritize the protection of life or the protection of wealth. Also, a choice between the logic of objective scientific research, which is based upon cooperation and sharing of knowledge, versus the logic of markets, which are based upon the protection of intellectual property and hoarding. Choice between the nation state that has reestablished its centrality and necessity and efficacy, and an open world with international cooperation as possibly the only way out of this crisis. Also, a choice between the value of life and the value of religion, as believers of all faiths were obliged by the pandemic to abandon some of their practices and collective rights to give precedence to the value of life and their religions, which their religions call upon them to protect. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, even though this pandemic began as a health crisis, it quickly turned into a crisis of values and morality. It's a crisis which tests our values, our morals, and our very faith. It tests our character, both in our interactions with one another, at home, and with our neighbors. Do we practice patience and solidarity, or do we submit to hopelessness and despair? Do we rely on ourselves only and hang on to our very narrow interests? This crisis, with its challenges and its losses, however, in spite of this, it opens new horizons to the future and opens a number of opportunities and possibilities to reform and reconcile for those who can reflect deeply on things and learn the lessons. It's a rare opportunity to discover ourselves, to find within ourselves, us human beings, to find the hidden well springs of goodness, and the values and virtues inside us, so that we can strive towards the absolutes in a state of free of limitation of the ego and selfishness. It's a chance to end the conflict of identities and to stem the tide of destructive violence and to stop the destructive wars. This year's meeting opens a possibility to promote shared universal values of equity, of solidarity, of fraternity in a new spirit, the spirit of a group of passengers on a single ship as a metaphor. This is the title we have selected for this meeting. The values in a world after COVID with the spirit of the passengers of one ship. What does this mean, the passengers of one ship? We present here an example from Islamic tradition, from the hadiths of the Prophet, but it is a universal example. Our prophets, God's blessings and prayers be upon him, said that the similitude of the one upholding the laws of God and the one breaking it are like a group of people who drew lots on where they should sit in a ship. Some sat at the deck, the top deck, and others were in the galley. And when the ones in the galleys were in need of water, they would go to the deck, passing by the others. And they, at some point, they decided that if they were to just bore a hole in the hull, they could draw water out of it without having to go upstairs onto the deck and annoy the other passengers. And if those on top of the deck had allowed them to do so, everybody would have drowned. This hadith, this tradition, contains a profound metaphor for the state of humanity, their common trajectory and their shared destiny. Even though the ship has different levels, the passengers on board shared one journey and a single common destiny. This ship, as commentators on the hadith had stated, is the whole world, our planet, and all of its different inhabitants. The drawing of lots mentioned in the hadith could also be understood as the division of labor and rank in our world. People on the deck of the ship and those who manage public affairs, and they are responsible for taking care of the 5 universally protected interests necessary for civilization, which are life, religion, reason, property, and family. This ship contains everybody of all races, all levels, and they all share the ship as one destiny. And those on the upper deck are in charge of managing the public affairs and responsible for taking care of everything, of those 5 necessities of civilization: life, religion, reason, property, and family. And this interconnection has become very clear in today's world. We are connected in the most intricate and yet explicit of ways. And whatever happens in one part of the world has knock-on effects in the other parts. Whatever people do in one part of the world likewise affects people in other parts of the globe. We share one interconnected system with no ultimate means of separation or segregation from one another. The environment and the climate are an example. They are a great example of this. Any change bears effect on the entire living beings on this world. And we've seen an example, for example, in the explosion, the nuclear reactor in Chernobyl. And the impact was not limited to the immediate environs, and the impacts were not limited to any spatial or temporal manner. They last for a very long time into the future. So we are all passengers of one ship. Pardon me.
إن ركاب هذه السفينة
The passengers of this ship, they may be diverse and different, but they are united by a conviction that their survival depends upon their solidarity and cooperation and integration,
وتحكيم قيم التراحم والمحبة
and upon
والتسامح والحرية
the recourse to the values of compassion, love, and tolerance, and the responsibility and freedom and rational governance.
مشهد كيف تكون
Now you can imagine what the condition of the ship's passengers would have been if they had quarreled amongst themselves and squabbled
بدل التعاون
instead of cooperating.
إذا هم أطلقوا العنان
If they have let loose their selfishness,
سيكون
their inevitable
وستجعل
destiny would have been drowning
في البحر متلاطم
in the stormy sea. So the metaphor of the ship's passengers renews virtues in our soul and underlies the awareness of the unity of human destiny and calls for a universal gift of conscience that restores the effectiveness of cooperation, solidarity, and compassion amongst us. It presents a new vision of humanity that surpasses the discourse of equality and disregard for difference. It demands that we attain the positive virtues which enable others to feel the true warmth of our love and fraternity. And with this optimistic spirit, we bear the good news of a world in which peace will be all-encompassing, not merely by stopping warfare, but through the attainment of peace in and by the human heart. And as we've just heard from His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan, this is in line with the vision of the UAE through its cooperation and solidarity with countries impacted by this pandemic, with no regard for their faith and predominant religions. The Forum for Promoting Peace, by hosting this elite group of thinkers and religious leaders, and academics and policymakers from different walks of life, including health experts from international organizations and senior political decision makers, sociologists, and religious leaders especially. By inviting all these, we aspire to draw the contours of a new vision of life that balances all of our universal concerns and guarantees a more humane system of international relations, a more just and merciful economic system which concentrates on promoting human welfare and well-being and the interest of the environment, and focuses on human beings and focuses on world peace. We hope that our discussions here over these coming 3 days will help draw the world's attention to this new beginning that we are offered by this crisis, and will allow us to call for the birth of a new human being with a new vision of the world, to reconstruct our values and our relations with others and with other creatures in the world, in the natural world. Each community has its own direction to which it turns, race to do good deeds, and wherever you are, God will bring you together. God has power for everything, to do everything. In conclusion, I thank you all, and I pray to God that He preserves our homelands, reforms our actions, and makes our meetings goodly and blessed and successful. God's peace be upon you.
شكرا لك الشيخ عبد الله بن بية على هذه الكلمة الطيبة. والآن مع معالي الدكتور محمد مختار جمعة وزير الأوقاف لجمهورية مصر العربية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you. And now we listen to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Mukhtar Jum'a, the Minister of Endowment from Egypt. Praise be to God, Lord of the Lords, and blessings and peace be upon the last of his prophets and messengers, Muhammad ibn Abdullah, and upon his family, companions, and those who follow his guidance until the day of judgment. Your Excellency, Sheikh Nahyan, Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance in the UAE, Your Eminence, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, the Chairman of the United Arab Emirates Fatwa Council and President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies, Your Excellency, Dr. Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al Isa, the Secretary General of the Muslim World League in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency, Dr. Noor Al-Haq Qadri, Federal Minister of Religious Affairs and Interfaith Alliance in Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, the ambassadors, the bishops, the researchers, the participants, it is my pleasure to start by thanking the UAE and the Forum for the Promotion of Peace for this effort and for bringing us together in this conference and in other conferences that aim to serve humanity, especially everything that has to do with coexistence between the different religions, cultures, and civilizations, and cooperation between us all. The UAE is really a leader in this field. The UAE respects diversity, and it shows. There is no doubt that adversity, tribulations, and calamities require solidarity and cooperation to confront them and overcome the challenges they pose. Just as general adversities and tribulations develop the sense of humanity, and they call for compassion among human beings. And from there, I confirm the following. First, we realize that all divine religions are concerned with achieving compassion among human beings. And we affirm that our true religion is based on solidarity and compassion and respect for the human being and raising his status as a human being. God, glory be to him, says, cooperate with one another in goodness and righteousness, and do not cooperate in sin and transgression. Our Prophet, may God's prayers and peace be upon him, was asked, which people are dearest to God? And he said, those who are the most beneficial to others. And our Prophet talked about others as a general term that is all-encompassing. It encompasses all people, irrespective of their background, of their religions, their nationalities, their creeds, their race, their gender, etc. That's why I say that solidarity, compassion, and human support to one another is a duty to us all. In the light of this pandemic, where we are all faced by the spread of the coronavirus, this is something that requires us all to show solidarity to one another. Second, our true religion taught us that the upper hand is better than that of the lower hand. The giver is better than the receiver. And we realize that partnership requires participation. We cannot be partners unless we are influential and effective in today's world. And unless we have what we share in terms of money, science, or technological progress, we cannot be true partners. Our duty then is to work and to produce and to contribute to humanity and to make sure that we complement each other. This is the theory that is adopted by this very special conference. Third, we realize that true believers are people who are closest to human values and ethical values, because they pursue these values in their daily dealings. Faith makes people more noble. So our religion teaches us that people are brethren, either because they share the same religion or because they share with us our humanity. And a person is honored on the basis of his kindness and humanity, regardless of his religion, color, or gender. God says, indeed, we have dignified the children of Adam. And this shows that the children of Adam are dignified because they share humanity, and this makes us very aware of the value of humanity and everything that serves humanity. And fourth, on the scale of benefits and disadvantages, the theory of the ship passengers that our true religion taught us, and so also something that was taught to us by our Prophet, this slogan that this conference adopts, the solidarity and in the post-corona era and the spirit of the ship passengers, this requires that everyone understands the extent of the contemporary dangers and challenges. We need to realize that we cannot make it to the shore if we do not work together. So it is not going to be possible for some to survive and others to not survive. We all are on the same ship, and we are all need to work together in order to reach the shore. So when the corona pandemic spread, no one country could face it, could close its borders or to close its air field, irrespective of how advanced this country is, because as Sheikh bin Baya said, this world is interlinked. It is not like the world of yesterday. Today's world is a large village. Whatever happens in the east echoes in the west, and whatever happens in the south will impact the north. And no one can enjoy complete security in this universe, whether it is a person or a country or a nation, unless others live in security and peace as well. We cannot achieve that in any field, not in the field of security or the economy or the ecology or defense. We all need to work together in order to survive this pandemic. If we spend on human solidarity and compassion 1/10 of what is spent on wars, our universe would have been very different indeed. This is what we must work to achieve, and this is what wise people and sages of this world must adopt, as has been done in this conference. And last, we need to work together. We have to adopt a team spirit without any discrimination on the basis of religion or color or creed. We need to develop the dialogue between countries and civilizations and religions and cultures. We need to work together on whatever can support our world and make it stronger. We need to face those who are working on separating us. We need to work on what is bringing us together. Finally, I would like to thank the forum and its chairman, the Sheikh bin Baya, and the UAE for organizing this gathering, and I wish you all success. May God's peace be upon you.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. نشكر لك معالي الدكتور محمد مختار جمعة على هذه الكلمة
May
النيرة.
God's peace be
ننتقل
upon you. Thank
الآن
you
إلى
very
معالي
much,
الشيخ نور الحق
Sheikh
قادري
Muhammad
الوزير
Mukhtar
الاتحادي للشؤون الدينية
Jum'a,
والتحالف
for
بين
this.
الأديان
And
من جمهورية باكستان.
now I would
فليتفضل
like to give the
مشكورا.
floor to His Excellency Nur al-Haq Qadri, the Federal Minister of Religious Affairs from Pakistan.
سيدنا محمد وآله وأصحابه أجمعين. صاحب المعالي الشيخ نهيان بن بارك النحيان، سماحة الشيخ سيدي ومولاي العلامة عبد الله بن بية، معالي الشيخ دكتور محمد بن عبد الكريم العيسى، سيدي معالي الشيخ دكتور محمد مختار جمعة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، علماؤنا الأجلاء الكرام، حييكم بتحية الإسلام، تحية السلام والوفاق والأمان. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أوجه وافر شكري وتقديري لمنتدى العالمي لتعزيز السلم في المجتمعات المسلمة، ولجميع من ساهم في إقامة هذه المؤتمر المبارك بلم قيادات موقرة وعلماء أفاضل من دول العربية والإسلامية وجميع العالم، ليكون محور الكلام عن أهم نازحة تمر بها الإنسانية، وهي فيروس كورونا وما يتعلق به من موضوع المؤتمر: القيم الإنسانية فيما بعد فيروس كورونا، هي الفضائل في أوقات الأزمات. فأشكر الجميع على خدماتهم الطيبة للأمة الإسلامية ولجميع الإنسانية، وعلى اهتمامها بشؤون المجتمع الإنساني، خصوصا سيدي ومولاي العلامة الشيخ عبد الله بن بية حفظه الله ورعاه. سادة الحضور، أصبح فيروس كورونا الشغل الشاغل لجميع الأفراد، فقد أحدث انتشار الفيروس حالة من الذعر والهلع حول العالم، وهو ما دفع المسؤولين.
It has spread a lot of confusion and a lot of fear. It has caused those in charge to cancel flights, to suspend restaurants from work, to suspend theaters. In addition, some people have had to postpone their weddings, their special occasions and celebrations. Whole cities have had to go into lockdowns to fight this virus. We need to remember that those restrictions all are towards a common beneficial goal. On top of that, international systems are being tested, but not only that, also our moral and ethical values are being tested by the current crisis. As we see nowadays, there has been a lot of damage because of the coronavirus. It is, however, an opportunity that invites us to rethink our values and to rethink development. On the one hand, the world is, in one part of the world, people were fighting over the last toilet papers and the last goods and produces. Prices rocketed. However, on the other side, we saw that the coronavirus pandemic has awakened in some of us human values, values of solidarity. For example, values to refuse oppression, values to show solidarity in common calamities. This is an emergence of a new universal spirit. Because of the current coronavirus crisis, we see a new spirit of this age, especially amongst the youth. This crisis has once again confirmed that we human beings are inherently good and we are not evil. As we have seen from the current crisis, those positive human values are becoming deeply rooted in us, especially in our youth. From those positive values, we are seeing the value of disregarding selfishness, seeking to help others, seeking to demonstrate solidarity with others. Our youth today want to occupy positions and to have professions that will enable them to help others. Another highly positive thing that we saw with this crisis is the retreat in travel, in the movement of travel to other countries. This is positive because it will make people appreciate their local sites, the local opportunities they have in their own contexts. Now the question is, are these values going to remain with us after this crisis leaves us? This is a difficult question to answer. Are these values going to remain? Are they going to last following the end of the crisis? We don't know. It takes time for values and new ethics to consolidate itself in our world. In the times of crises and calamities, it is normal to see good, noble human values prevail, like solidarity, like compassion, like agreement, like rejection of oppression, like fearing for one another, etc. However, once the calamity or the crisis recedes, so do these values in time. There are many factors that decides which values and which elements will remain. One important factor in play here is the nature of the economic and the social and the political system in a given context. In a context or in a country that only seeks the value of a profit and the wealth of the minority, we cannot expect values like compassion and solidarity to remain. It is expected that those values will only remain with us in countries where the systems in control are, where the systems of governance in control are systems that seek tolerance and compassion and justice. Those noble values we're seeing today are values that may not stay with us after Corona. Will the post-Corona world see a change in the international political system and the international social system? Following the Corona crisis, we hope and we pray that we will emerge into a new world, a better, a more inclusive, and a more comprehensive world. A world that will have a new system that will seek to uphold the highest international values, will also seek to have security stability, will also seek to have peace between the different countries, communities, and the states. We hope that there will be a new political and intellectual system that will open the doors of agreement, rapprochement, and kindness between humans. And we hope that we will, in this new world, be able to resolve conflicts wherever they may be. Finally, I'd like to highlight the importance of having an international system where the poorer countries are also able to access vaccinations. We know that many countries lack the financial resources to provide vaccines for their people. This is one important point I'd like us to bear in mind. And I hope and I pray to God that this conference of ours, this forum, will be useful to all of us, to all humankind. I'd like to once again reiterate my thanks to His Excellency Sheikh bin Bayyah and all the organizers and all the distinguished guests and participants in this forum. And may God's peace be upon you.
أشكر معالي الشيخ نور الحق قادري على كلمته القيمة جدا.
Dr. Al-Haq
وفعلا
Al-Qadiri,
أزمة
for
كورونا أيقظت
your
البشر لروح التضامن والتعاون فيما
speech.
بينهم.
Yes, it's true.
أما
The
الآن ننتقل
coronavirus
إلى
has
سعادة
called
السفير
upon
سام
all of us
براونباك
to
سفير الحريات
cooperate. And
الدينية
now I would like
لوزارة
to
الخارجية
invite
الأمريكية
Ambassador
من
Sam
الولايات
Brownback
المتحدة
from the
الأمريكية.
United States, the
فليتفضل
Ambassador at
مشكورا.
Large for International Religious Freedom. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. And greetings of peace to all of you. I'm Sam Brownback, as she noted. I'm the Ambassador for International Religious Freedom for the United States. It's a great honor to address you during the 7th Assembly of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. It gives me great pleasure to congratulate my friend, Sheikh bin Bayyah, on his ongoing success in bringing together faith leaders, government officials, and civil society experts from literally all over the world to help advance a wide range of mutual interest. Esteemed participants, the networks you represent and the ideas you put forward are not only remarkable, but they are vital in achieving the goals of this Peace Forum. Sheikh bin Bayyah, it's been a privilege to get to know you and to work closely with you. As a world-renowned Islamic scholar and a highly respected faith leader, you inspire all of us with your dedication to tackling the toughest issues of our time, which you do with skill and ability. From the Marrakesh Declaration to the Alliance of Virtue, you've mobilized global scholars and leaders to address issues ranging from protection of religious minorities in Muslim-majority countries to ensuring unity across communities as we collectively deal with the deadly global pandemic. I'm particularly encouraged by the work of the Peace Forum, its partners, and the government of the United Arab Emirates in advancing mutual understanding and respect across faith communities. There have been major, world-changing, groundbreaking initiatives in the past few years, really stunning initiatives and accomplishments, which involve many of you who are participating here today. The world is a more closely united place because of your efforts. Looking forward, the theme of this gathering neatly sums up the work that lies ahead for all of us. Human values after Corona, reviving virtues in times of crisis. The Peace Forum is insightful in posing questions about how the challenges we face from the pandemic reflect on the state of humanity. Preservation of human life is a clear priority for all of us. We're all also committed to uplifting the dignity of every individual, which is best achieved by protecting the rights of all individuals, especially in the face of current challenges. Without virtues, we cannot succeed in promoting human rights and uplifting dignity of every individual. I'd like to specifically discuss the need to fully protect the freedom of religion for all individuals in all places at all times. I've stressed in past gatherings this issue and the work the United States is doing to advance this freedom. I'm pleased to declare today that a global movement to advance religious freedom is clearly gaining momentum. Over the past several years, we've launched annual ministerials to advance religious freedom, bringing together governments and civil society leaders and religious leaders dedicated to the protection and promotion of religious freedom for all. Sheikh bin Bayyah has been an active participant and has addressed past gatherings. In early 2020, this year, the United States launched an International Religious Freedom Alliance, an action-oriented network of nations that has grown to include 32 countries. It meets monthly at the expert level and annually at the foreign minister level to coordinate religious freedom initiatives. It's a dynamic and growing group. One of the first initiatives of the International Religious Freedom Alliance was to call on all governments to fully protect the rights of all individuals, including members of religious minority groups, during the pandemic. Members of the Alliance called on governments to end the scapegoating of individuals on the basis of their faith. We specifically condemned false accusations against members of religious minority groups for spreading the virus. We urged governments not to discriminate against members of faith communities and only restrict access to places of worship when necessary to achieve health or safety objectives. And most importantly, we called on all governments to release all religious prisoners of conscience who are wrongfully detained and now at greater risk of contracting the coronavirus by being enclosed with others. I am very encouraged to report to you that I've received indications that, due in part to the advocacy of members of the Alliance countries, countries all over the world have released religious prisoners of conscience. We welcome such releases, including of prisoners of conscience in Burma, Cuba, Eritrea, Iran, Uzbekistan, Yemen, and other countries. There are a number of significant civil society initiatives that are helping to advance religious freedom and peace around the world, such as the Peace Forum and its Alliance of Virtue and Shared Human Values initiative. In January, an Abrahamic Faith Initiative, AFI, was launched in Rome. This initiative of faith leaders seeks to promote peace and mutual respect across and through Abrahamic faith communities globally. At that first AFI meeting, faith leaders in Rome, including Sheikh bin Bayef, expressed solidarity in promoting peace and mutual understanding. They all met again last week virtually and came up with inspiring concrete plans to work together for peace around the world. And one of those initiatives will be in West Africa, and a number of nations being threatened by great violence these days. I hope that the advocacy of members of the Alliance helps to end the persecution of individuals on the basis of their religion or beliefs. Nobody should face harassment, abuse, torture, imprisonment, or death for simply living in accordance with their conscience. Individuals, regardless of their background, should respect one another's beliefs and work together towards common challenges, such as the pursuit of peace and health during this pandemic and afterwards. Without this cooperation, we cannot improve our societies, and we cannot overcome one of the greatest challenges of our time in this global pandemic, which is having impacts far beyond its devastating health impacts. You are in a gathering of noble people with noble intentions. It gives me great hope to have this opportunity to speak with you and to continue learning from you and to work with you. I thank you for the important work you do for the greater good of all people. Blessings and best wishes to all of you. I look forward to our continued cooperation toward a better future. We simply must succeed. If we do not, there will be much more violence and carnage in the world, a future we do not want to see. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
شكرا سعادة السفير سام
Thank
براون
you.
باك على هذه
Your
الكلمة
Excellency,
القيمة جدا.
Ambassador
Thank you for this
Brownback,
word.
for this very
ننتقل الآن
wonderful
إلى
words.
معالي ميغا موراتينوس
We now
الممثل السامي لتحالف
give the word to
الحضارات
His
التابع
Excellency
للأمم
Mr.
المتحدة.
Miguel Angel
فليتفضل
Moratinos,
مشكورا.
High Representative of the United Nations for Alliance of Civilization. Please go ahead, sir.
Your Eminence, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, Chairman of Emirates Fatwa Council and President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to be addressing your esteemed annual forum for the first time. I thank His Eminence Sheikh bin Baya for providing the opportunity. Merci beaucoup, mon cher ami. The overarching theme of this year's forum and the panel discussion are very apt considering the socioeconomic, political, and psychological ramification of the COVID-19 pandemic. As 2020 comes to an end, I think this is an opportunity to take stock of our shortcomings before our achievement. The pandemic has been and still is a litmus test for political leaders, as well as individuals' empathy and resilience. It's a test of our commitment to common human values and the overall concept of we are all in this together. The COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare the world's vulnerabilities, division, falsehood, and brutal inequalities which thoroughly existed prior to the pandemic. Those features were put under magnifying glass for those with myopic vision. At the United Nations, we marked a few months ago the 70th anniversary of the creation of that organization. There were ample reflections on the global context back then and now. One thing for sure distinguished both eras. In the first one, the spirit of solidarity, unity, and collective action was the driving force behind the establishment of United Nations. And this spirit, my dear friends, is absent today. Only events of such global consequence could and should generate the solidarity, resolve, and vision necessary to create those governance structures. The pandemic was used by some politicians to strengthen their pushback on multilateralism, cultural diversity, religion pluralism, and human rights. Societies were divided across cultural, ethnic, and religious lines. The hate virus, because it's a real virus hate, became a pandemic as well. We saw it in the appalling resurgence of neo-Nazis and white supremacist discourse, hate speech, racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, Christianophobia, as well as all forms of discrimination against vulnerable communities further exacerbated. Youth and women were further marginalized despite their indispensable potential and valuable contribution to peace and development. Even old people and those with disabilities were not spared the stigma and the hate. The central notion here is that this global crisis is, above all, a human crisis, with the human being at the epicenter of it. Crisis as such demands coordinated, inclusive, and result-oriented responses based on unity and solidarity, and most importantly, in compassion. Such global context is reminiscent of the historical context that was the springboard for launching the United Nations Alliance of Civilization 15 years ago. Those who are not familiar with the work that the Alliance has been doing will rightly ask how are current global challenges relevant to the work of the Alliance? And we have to ask ourselves, can intercultural and interreligious dialogue play a constructive role in cementing our society again? How can pluralistic and increasingly complex societies can live together peacefully and respectfully? That are the questions we should to put ourselves. It is enough to save the planet, which is utterly crucial if we don't know how to share it and live together peacefully, respecting the equal right of individuals and communities around the world to participate in the society. different culture, religion? These are some of the fundamental questions that United Nations Alliance of Civilization has been addressing since inception in 2005. So the complex, demanding dialogue, civilization, culture, and religion is necessary, possible, fruitful, and needed. Intercultural and interreligious dialogue is a critical tool against isolation, mistrust, and confrontation. It's also the most powerful vector for conflict prevention and conflict resolution. I must say, a viable tool that has been too often overlooked. History has shown that dialogue is not a simple process, but if we fail to teach and cultivate it, the situation can give way to a monologue or to mutism, which is conducive at the end to conflict and violent extremism. So, my dear friend, as we prepare to rebuild a better world, I firmly believe that cultural diversity and the invocation of spirituality are crucial components that should be included in our future diplomatic toolbox to complement the political dimension in conflict resolution. UNOSCE was created to serve as a coalition against extremist forces, an initiative of collective will to advance mutual respect for culture, tradition, and religious belief, and a platform to bridge divides and overcome prejudice, stigmatization, misperception, and polarization. The Alliance advocates collective action in society as a means of addressing the threat that emerged from the prejudiced perception that incite violence, overcoming cultural and social barriers, reducing tension, improving relations between societies and communities with diverse culture and religious background, and combating violent extremism. Today's human crisis has proven beyond doubt that on all of society approach is imperative to overcome the challenge posed by COVID-19. Civil society, grassroots, women and youth-led organizations, as well as community-based organizations, play a vital role. In assisting the most vulnerable population, these networks are active in bringing economic and livelihood opportunities and adapting responses to the community context. We have long recognized the value added of active engagement with religious leaders and faith-based organizations. So we strengthened and expanded our network faith actors across the faith spectrum, women leaders and civil society organizations. So, my dear friend, I seize this opportunity to thank His Eminence Sheikh Ben Bella for his participation and absolutely valuable input in the consultative meeting on 28 May 2020, when we adopted the global pledge of action by religious leaders, which I convened with the UN, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Michelle Bachelet, and Under-Secretary General Dan Madian, the former Special Advisor for Genocide Prevention. In fact, as we speak, the operationalization of this meeting is taking place right now. The three entities are organizing a series of peer-to-peer learning webinars with representatives from religions and faith-based organizations, civil society, and human rights mechanisms in order to address and counter hate speech and discrimination related to COVID-19 and beyond. The webinar will also focus on exchanging information on ongoing action, which might stimulate new result-oriented activities and a specific action to respond to the current and future challenge posed by COVID-19 pandemic. So the changing nature of the global challenge we face today require a global responses, one that is anchored in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and rule of law. At the same time, we need to develop and strengthen the new form of cooperation with other international and religious organizations, a networked multilateralism, as well as closer contact with business, civil society, and other stakeholders. what we can call an inclusive and sustainable multilateralism. Let us always remember that the first word of the United Nations Charter are "we the people." And it is we, the people of today's world, who are called upon to find ways to address our differences peacefully and respectfully, and to find opportunity to live and thrive on the planet that we are rightly striving to save. Racism and all forms of discrimination based on religion, ethnicity, color, or gender is an affront to universal human rights. So optimistic like myself, always see a light even in the darkest tunnel. This crisis provides us an opportunity to renew our commitment to fulfilling Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal. That is to promote just, peaceful, and inclusive society, showing compassion, fraternity, and kindness to the most vulnerable nation and people is what makes us all human, belonging to one humanity. One humanity despite our many cultural identity. It is the raison d'etre of the United Nations Alliance of Civilization. So, distinguished guests, we still have an opportunity. As Mr. Benbeya said, the ship has not sailed yet. Let's go together in the same ship to create a better world. Thank you, and I look forward to listen to the discussion. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
معالي ميغيل موراتينوس على هذه الكلمة
Your
القيمة.
Excellency, Mr. Moratinos, for this speech. And now I give the floor to Professor Melissa Rogers, the professor at Wake Forest University Divinity School, a non-resident senior fellow in governance studies and member of Brookings Institute. The floor is yours, madam.
Thank you so much. Hello and greetings and peace to you all. Thanks to Sheikh Benbeya and the Forum for Peace for the great honor of the invitation to join you. I've watched Sheikh Benbeya and the Forum as you've led on such important initiatives like the Marrakesh Declaration and the Alliance of Virtue. You are providing such critical leadership for our world right now, and you have my profound thanks. I also want to thank all the distinguished speakers and participants in this event at this critical time in world history. As we come together across the globe, I know we all can agree that this pandemic simply can't end soon enough. The death toll has been staggering and it continues to grow. I know all who grieve are on our hearts and minds today. We've seen, and some of us have even experienced, lives being turned upside down due to loss of loved ones, long-term illnesses, lost jobs, bankrupt businesses, education interrupted, and dreams deferred. Many in our serving professions, particularly in the medical profession, those who serve in the clergy and others who take care of people in need, have been pushed beyond their limits. We have asked more of them than anyone should ever be asked. We've had to stay physically distant from friends and family and to give up things like celebrations, weddings, birthdays, anniversaries together, things that have brought us solace and joy. So like you, I am thrilled that we are on the brink of mass vaccinations. And as the other speakers have said, it will be so important that we move through this next chapter honorably and fairly. I thank God for the scientists who have worked tirelessly to bring us to this moment. And I pray that our leaders will handle this next chapter expertly and compassionately. And like all of you, I pray that we will each do our part to help. At the same time, as we look forward to closing this particular chapter, I hope that we will carry with us some insights and revelations that have come out of this crisis. I'd like to mention three of them. The first is increased awareness that collective acts recognizing transcendence, expressing gratitude and demonstrating solidarity truly matter to the world. In cities dotted across the world, for example, many residents have set aside a particular time of day to go outside and to clap or bang pots and pans as a way of offering a collective thank you to our healthcare workers. Now, this practice is certainly no substitute for wearing masks and physically distancing, but it's a valuable addition to these things. The gesture is important. So is the fact that we do it together. We are bound together in this struggle. Even when physically distanced from one another, we remind ourselves that we are not alone. As Sheikh bin Bayyah has put it, we are all passengers on a single ship. And when we collectively turn our gaze outward to express thanks and solidarity, that's powerful. Some of you may also be aware of videos of another show of solidarity from this past spring when elementary schools were closed. Now, we probably don't have to reflect too long to remember how important our teachers were to us when we were young students. They were almost like second parents to us. So when the schools were closed, elementary school students were aware that many of their young students were teachers, elementary school teachers were aware that many of their young students were confused and upset. They didn't understand why they couldn't be with their teachers. So some of the teachers came up with a wonderful idea. They got into their cars and they drove around school neighborhoods, honking and waving to their students. And when you saw the smiles on the students' faces waving back from their yards and their homes, you could tell that the message was both needed and received. So thoughtful gestures like this of collective action have me thinking, after this crisis is over, what are some new ways in which we can come together across our many differences and recognize transcendence, express gratitude, and demonstrate solidarity, especially with the most vulnerable? Perhaps national and international days of gratitude and other civic honors for those who have sacrificed so much for the greater good during this chapter in our lives. And what about making pledges at those times that we will all take steps together to help prevent future pandemics? What about setting aside daily or weekly times where we can take collective symbolic action on behalf of groups who are being targeted around the world, such as victims of genocide and crimes against humanity? And what about coupling that symbolic action with other forms of augmented advocacy that insist that every life has equal dignity and infinite worth? I look forward to building on the initiatives of the Peace Forum and others that press for freedom of religion and belief, including the ability of all people to practice their faith without fear for their physical safety. We must continue to confront oppressors and move more people who are now on the sidelines, from the sidelines of this debate to solidarity with those who are being targeted. As President Obama said when he visited an American mosque, none of us can be bystanders to bigotry. We must make it possible for every person to claim both their religious identity and their civic identity openly and proudly. We also must renew efforts to replace our culture of contempt, as Arthur Brooks has called it, with a culture of gratitude, a culture of love for not only our neighbors, but also even our enemies. After all, the culture of contempt not only conflicts with the values so many of us say we profess, it's also counterproductive. No one has ever been insulted into agreement, as Arthur Brooks has said. Well, these are what my grandmother would call tall tasks, but they aren't impossible ones. Let us never give up hope that these things can happen, and let us never stop working together to see that they do. A second revelation from the pandemic that has already been discussed by other speakers is the increased awareness of stark inequalities. As studies have shown, the disproportionate burden of COVID-19 cases and deaths have fallen on communities of color. Even those of us who thought that we were aware of systemic racism have realized that there are more scales that need to fall from our eyes. Also, we've seen that families are hit very differently by this virus, depending on whether they can work from home, whether they have access to technology, and whether they have the space to quarantine or isolate if they've been hit by the virus. Well, as we emerge from this crisis, the question is, will we remember what has been revealed to us by the crisis? And will we take steps to fix these problems? We cannot let this be a missed opportunity to bend the arc of the moral universe closer to justice, as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King so memorably said. Here's another innovation that I hope extends beyond the current crisis: new ways of practicing faith in public. Some say faith has been driven into hiding because of public health restrictions during the COVID crisis. I would say, however, that in many places and in many ways, the practice of religion has perhaps become more publicly visible than ever before. And here I'm thinking of the videos I've seen of priests in the back of pickup trucks blessing city residents as they're driven through towns. Jewish people forming minions across front stoops in their neighborhoods. Religious leaders finding ways to use technology to comfort the sick, the dying, and the grieving. Congregations expanding and adapting their food pantries to meet rising needs, and then Zooming with their elected leaders to insist that more than charity is required to meet such needs. Faith-based events, including multi-faith conferences like this one that focus on the common good, are actually drawing more participants from around the world than ever before because of added online options. We've also seen drive-in worship services and an explosion of online congregational events. Of course, we're all looking forward to being together in person again. At the same time, let us not lose sight of the fact that we've expanded the ways in which we can be together and the ways in which we can act together. And what used to happen only or mostly behind the closed doors of houses of worship has now spilled out into a more public sphere, often to good effect. In short, we've found some ways of practicing our faith in public that are new and are worth retaining. And the changes I'm thinking of haven't been only limited to the religious side. I recently read an article quoting an official of the African Union talking about his interaction with religious communities during the COVID crisis. And the official said that up until now, we haven't really created a space for faith-based communities on policy issues. They were always approached as an afterthought or as a support for implementation. But this official said, I think it's about time that we create conversations that allow religious bodies to make policy recommendations at the onset rather than after the fact. From his lips to God's ears. Our civic life will be much different and much better, I believe, if civil society, including its religious sector, is at the table from the start. In fact, many gathered at this conference have worked their whole lives to move us toward constructive models of engagement like this one. I look forward to discussing these ideas with you and want to express again my thanks to forum leaders for bringing us together for conversation and for contemplation. Let me close. May we emerge from this crisis swiftly and with honor. And as we do so, may we carry with us new insights and new hope for our future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Melissa Rogers. أما الآن تنتقل الكلمة إلى
I'd
رئيس
like now
أساقفة كانتربري
invite
لكنيسة
His Excellency
إنجلترا في
Justin
من المملكة
Welby,
المتحدة.
the Archbishop of
فليتفضل
Canterbury,
مشكورا.
Church of England. The floor is yours, sir.
Justin Welby.
I want to thank Sheikh bin Bayer for his continued work for peace across faith traditions and his legacy. I want to thank Sheikh bin Bayer for his continued work for peace across faith traditions and his legacy in forging links between religious leaders and politicians in this work. He is a dear friend and an example to me. The COVID pandemic is sometimes described as apocalyptic. When we understand the word apocalypse correctly, it means that it reveals something. The pandemic has revealed realities of economic inequalities, of divisions of race and ethnicity, of our upside-down priorities when it comes to the kind of workers we value most, of our exploitation of God's creatures and indeed God's creation. To all of these realities, communities that see creation as a gift and each person as of eternal value in the eyes of God have something to say and something to do. Our challenge is not how do we get back to normal. The challenge is how do we as people of faith work together to go forward with those of all faiths and none and with governments to work for a new reality for the common good. I know that Sheikh bin Bayer has modeled to all of us from his Muslim convictions words and work in the service of a better reality with enormous courage. And I wish you God's blessings in the name of Jesus Christ. As that conversation continues over the next few days, as we seek together to discern what will make for a better future than the past we've inherited.
شكرا لرئيس أساقفة كانتربري جاستن ويلبي. والآن وتنتقل الكلمة إلى معالي الشيخ الدكتور محمد عبد الكريم العيسى الأمين العام لرابطة العالم الإسلامي من المملكة العربية السعودية. فليتفضل مشكورا.
محمد عبد الكريم العيسى الأمين العام لرابطة العالم الإسلامي. تفضل سيد. Thanks be to God. Your Excellency, Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence in the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, Sheikh Abdullah ibn Sheikh Al Mahfouz bin Bayer, Chairman of the Emirates Council for Sharia Fatwa and President of the Forum for the Promotion of Peace in Muslim Societies. Your Eminences and Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience, may peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. And on behalf of the Muslim World League and the Organization of the Muslim Scholars, from the direction Muslims face during their prayers, their unanimous reference points, Mecca in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I'm delighted to be part of this auspicious meeting hosted by the Forum to Promote Peace, the forum that has worked tirelessly and relentlessly with his blessed efforts to promote values of peace in our world, bringing closer the various points of view about differences in faith, and especially bringing about various governmental and non-governmental interfaith organizations in order to promote peace for all And this stems from the human values that are common to all of us. And this is something that we always reiterate, that will surely take us all to a place where we enjoy peace and harmony. So we have no other choice but to engage in a dialogue of alliance between civilizations, so that we can stand and confront the theories of clash of civilizations. And we have seen that those who have promoted these theories, their judgment has failed them. And unfortunately, their pessimistic overlook prevailed. So these kind of visions and views only brought about hatred and clashes and animosity, rather than encouraging us to engage in dialogue. Today, our world is better prepared to rapprochement and to have a better understanding. That's because of the various tools at our fingertips and our disposal that have globalized our culture and civilizations, that they have removed the artificial psychological barriers and brought us together ever closer on common platforms, where they engage openly and candidly. And of course, this will allow us to speak freely with one another and talk about all the issues with complete transparency. Civilizational dialogue needs to be effective so that it can enable us all to work together based on the shared objectives, shared understanding, and mutual respect, in order to deal with what I refer to that we have to respect our differences. We have to have mutual respect towards one another. We have to respect diversity. Dear attendees, the pandemic has proven to us once again that we are one big family, and our world is but a small village. We share this world, and no matter how much haters try to divide us and separate us, we have to unite. This is, after all, the divine wisdom of God to create this diverse world. Once we realize this fact, then we must also understand that we are facing the challenge of spreading awareness about faith and knowledge, as well as promoting the better understanding of politics, economics, social life, and different cultural approaches all over the world. Of course, we can draw examples from history, and the world has to live with peace and understanding, regardless of their differences, be it religious, racial, ideological, and otherwise. This diversity should enrich us all and be positive and add to our lives, and not an instrument of hatred and hardship. This is precisely what the Charter of Mecca called for, and that was issued in the blessed month of Ramadan, May 2019, and the Hijri year 1440. The Charter was approved by more than 1,200 muftis and scholars, and 4,500 Muslim intellectuals representing 27 Islamic schools of thoughts and sects. And they encompassed all Islamic sects without exception. They came from 137 countries in a historic meeting, the first of its kind in Muslim history. They answered the call of Muslim World of League. They all were united under the umbrella of the organization. They gathered in the vicinity of the Holy Kaaba in Mecca, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is considered to be the most important Islamic charter in Islamic history, after the Charter of Medina, signed by our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the first year of Hijrah. The Charter of Mecca is one of the most important documents in our modern history. It calls for engaging in dialogue, forming alliances among civilization, and friendships among nations and people. The coronavirus pandemic has delivered an important message to everyone who is oblivious to the true meaning of believing in God, the Almighty. God's will and power is above everything else, and that this universe, no matter how great are the resources of its inhabitants, will not surpass this will of God and the wisdom of the mercy of his will, as well as compassion. This is the fact that should be bringing us closer to the Creator, glory be to him, and closer to one another. Esteemed gathering, during this auspicious meeting, I must celebrate and express my warmest congratulations and best wishes to the United Arab Emirates on the occasion of its 49th National Day, reaffirming that the celebrations of our friends in this country are also our celebrations. And we wish for them a lasting stability and security. I would also like to congratulate Sheikh Al-Mahfouz, son of the eminent scholar Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah, on becoming the Secretary General of the Forum for Promoting Peace. We supplicate Allah to bless everyone in this conference, and we pray that its outcome will bring great benefit to the entire humanity. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. نشكر معالي الشيخ الدكتور محمد عبد الكريم العيسى ونشكر جميع المتحدثين اليوم على كلماتهم المنيرة وهنيئا لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على هذا الجمع القيم ودائما تبقى دولة الإمارات هي دولة السلام ودولة الحوار ودولة التعايش. وفي ختام هذه الجلسة نبقى مع استراحة قصيرة نستأنف بعدها جلسات أعمال الملتقى السابع الذي ينعقد تحت عنوان قيم عالم ما بعد كورونا التضامن وروح ركاب السفينة.
The second session will be dealing with the pandemic and the metaphor of the ship's passage. So a short break and we come back. Thank you.
شكرا للجميع.
عودة إليكم الآن نستأنف الجلسة
Now
الثانية
we
مع
resume
كلمة
our
العلامة
second
الشيخ
session with
معالي
a speech by His
الشيخ عبد
Excellence
الله بن بية.
Sheikh Abdullah
فليتفضل
bin
مشكورا.
Bayer. Go ahead, sir, please.
الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم صل وبارك على سيدنا محمد نبي الرحمة وعلى آله وصحبه.
Praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and peace and blessings of God be upon His Prophet Muhammad. I take the speech again to give a framework presentation to explain the content of the conference and to share with you the issues that we are going to be grappling with. I hope the interpreters will follow my speech because we have changed the original. Firstly, I would like to welcome you, Your Excellencies, and Your Eminences, Your Beatitudes, each of you in their name and in your title. God's peace and blessings be upon you all. This today is our 7th forum, and it takes place in unusual circumstances and in exceptional ways. Our hearts are joined together and our minds, but our bodies remain separated as a necessity for these days. The forum has consistently pioneered new models and dialogues, and it's unique and it's known to all of you. It represents a dialogue between civilizations and meetings of minds and hearts amongst people in a specific place and over a specific period of time. However, this year we are meeting in a context of great challenges all humanity is facing. The corona pandemic is a new type of affliction for humanity. It is not, of course, the first pandemic, but it is unique in many ways because it tests our values and our patience and our relationships to one another.
مظاهرها متعددة.
This crisis has many manifestations, and faces us with many choices between the need to save our health and to save our economies. Struggle between the challenge to protect human life and safeguard wealth, to maintain people's movement and trades, while lockdowns provide the only means to ensure that the spread of pandemic is limited. There's also a struggle between the scientific research logic and the logic of the marketplace. There have been scientific endeavors based on cooperation, whilst the logic of the market dictates competition and monopoly. And many companies around the world make their financial profit a priority, and they have sought to exploit people's situations in these health circumstances in order to maximize their profits. Not astronomical necessarily, but they're great profits. And some parts of the world benefit at the expense of others. There's also a struggle between certainty and doubts. And the pandemic has made us realize that there is no class or race, no matter how developed or evolved we are. No one is safe from these emergencies, and the journey we take on this planet is not always safe and guaranteed. Science and technology used to provide modern humans with a sense of certainty. But today, it became clear that we cannot secure our own destinies, and we can't have confidence in the future. There's also a struggle between the nation states and globalization. Globalization is necessary for exchange of information and exchange of benefits, and the fruits of scientific research. There's also a struggle between the logic of freedom and the logic of duty. There is the question of the freedom of citizens, freedom of movement, freedom of interaction between them, and trade and education and religious observance. And this is often faced by the choices of individuals. And now we hear the language of public duty in our common discourse after decades of focus purely on personal freedoms and individual rights. There's also another struggle going on between the universal interests of life versus the religious freedoms on the primary effects of this country in the religious spheres. In the Emirates Council for Legal Fatwa, we addressed an important aspect of this struggle in our conference on the fiqh of contingencies. And this was conducted in conjunction with the Muslim World League, and it was an opportunity to direct the attention of religious scholars to the necessity of employing independence and novel legal reasoning to ascertain the position of sacred law regarding a number of new issues related to religious faith and practice in order to facilitate the religious observance of Muslims and put them at ease regarding their affairs. This crisis has also taught us very valuable lessons and has exposed many forgotten realities. It's exposed that humankind is essentially weak. And we have been resting on our laurels, if we wish, and show that our weakness is essential, is an essential part of us. And God says in the Quran, man was created weak. It has also demonstrated the limits of human knowledge and understanding, which were results of man's humility. It has also exposed the fact that we cannot predict the future, and many people have been predicting the future and were expecting the world to be born on its own for the future. And the pandemic has drastically also has slowed down the speed of modern life and thus given us timely opportunity to contemplate our values. And while it has stopped the fast pace of our lives, it has given us an opportunity to revalue and to rethink. And thus our minds were opened and our hearts were opened to the possibility, to further exploration of the possibilities that lie before us. And this is not an impossible achievement. And it's not a utopian dream. If we are able to draw the right lessons and inspiration from our present circumstances, the birth of a new human being will not take place in a single day, and it will not happen all at once. But this new birth can only take place if we have the means and that we can set in motion today. And after all, the future is nothing but the fruit of the present in the flow of time, and the future is constantly formed out of this present. In the same way that the present is made from the past. So the present is where the future is made. And we should take care of the present in preparation for the future. And I don't want to spend too much time on these philosophical matters, but I would like to simply say that the conference, which we are launching today, seeks to find the possibilities of establishing joint future together based on solidarity and fraternity and peace. And this is why we have adopted this slogan of the meeting, the title of the meeting, which is the values in the post-COVID world, solidarity and the spirit of the passengers on the ship. So what is this ship? It is an example that was given by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, about humanity. In a hadith in which he said the similitude of the one upholding the laws of God and the one breaking them are like a group of people who drew lots on where they should sit in the ship. And thus some sat on the top deck and others were in the galley. And when the ones in the galley were in need of water, they would go on to the deck, passing by the others. And at some point, they decided that if they were to just bore a hole in the hull, they could draw water out of it without having to go upstairs. And those on the top deck those on the top deck had allowed them to do so, they would have all drowned. But if they restrained them, they would have all survived. They would have saved themselves and saved the others. And this hadith gives us an analogy of the situation of humanity, a profound metaphor for the state of humanity and their common trajectory and their shared destiny. Even though the ship has different levels, that all passengers are on this one ship. And this is why we speak about the spirit of the passengers of the ship. The spirit of the passengers of the ship is seen today in that humanity on this planet are truly on one ship, in one boat. This is called the age of the global village. And we have seen the true manifestations of interconnection between us. With the environment, we all live in one environment, and what happens in one continent is felt of another one. And we've seen in Chernobyl, the explosion didn't simply impact its direct environments, but spread throughout the region and remains over time. It is one environment which we all share. There is no one state, one country, no one nation that has its own layer of the ozone with which it can do what it wishes. So this is the simile of the passengers on the same ship. No one country has its own air to breathe and can pollute as it likes. Everyone will pay the price, without exception. So this is the connection that we live in. And the virus appeared in a very distant area, a distant corner of the world. And in a matter of a few short weeks, it managed to spread around the world. And it left no country, nor city, no village not impacted by it. And it harmed every village and town around the world. And ironically, it made use of the same man-made routes and modes of transport to carry itself throughout the world. And in the context of rediscovering and becoming conscious of this interconnection, we've also been aware or have become aware of the commonality we have with other plants and animals on this planet. Now that we have described the issue of interconnection between people and under the so-called globalization, and all this is very clear. Now, what is this spirit of the ship and the passengers of the ship? This spirit has particular form and substance and goal, and the substance is the faith that is of shared responsibility. Its form is solidarity and cooperation. Its goal is the preservation of universal interests, which are in turn expressed by the legal import of the hadith. And it is about the protection of the collective wealth, which is life and property, etc. And on board this ship, the spirit is common support. Everybody is in one team supporting one another, and everyone contributes to the success of the journey and performs their role, which stems from their positions in the circle of influence and interest, as drawn in that lot. And this is the functional distribution referred to in the hadith. And those who are managing public affairs at all levels must assume their responsibility towards those at the bottom and restrain those who want to compromise the integrity of the ship. The strong have a responsibility towards the weak, the rich have responsibility towards the poor, and scholars have responsibility towards the laity, and most importantly, people of virtue have a responsibility towards all others. And these responsibilities arise from the value of fraternity and human dignity, and hope in the possibility of real coexistence. And we must adhere to the collective responsibility and the freedom of each of us are circumscribed by the impact on others. And this is why it is the responsibility of all of us to guide the freedoms of others. Whilst respecting their rights. And this guidance of actions and this control is not confined to one tool and one mechanism rather than others. It covers all. And the passengers of the ship are varied, but they are kept together by this charter, the charter of the ship, which is based on the principle that they can only survive if they cooperate and if they integrate together and adhere to coexistence and responsible freedoms. And think of what the ship would be like if they were involved in disagreement and contention. briefly, I would say, the spirit of the passengers of the ship calls upon us to be responsible in the environment, on the land and in the sea, and to stop immediately our wars, and to adopt tolerance and joint work, and to make the medication and the discoveries available for everybody, and the rich should help the poor. Rich countries should help the poor and should suspend their debt repayments until their situation improves. The spirit also calls upon us to provide stability and welfare for all. And to seek a world in which the fruits of intellect and our minds are available for everybody. They should not be monopolized by any party. We need a world in which countries compete for the good of all and to help the vulnerable. And this is the calling of the Abrahamic traditions. It also calls upon us to provide societies of security where the weak doesn't fear the injustice of the strong, and societies where we call for fraternity and cooperation. The spirit of the ship calls upon us to create a world for tomorrow where human dignity is respected, regardless of color, creeds, or race. And God tells us in the Quran that He has honored human beings and provided them all with sustenance on this earth. The spirit of the passengers of the ship also calls upon us to find compromises and middle ground and mutual compromises, which are the foundations of coexistence. And this is how we will be able to mediate for our current age, the birth of a new age, based on our responsibility to bring together, to create this balance between justice and love, or as Thomas Aquinas said, justice and mercy, and calls upon us to call upon the world to base itself on mutual care, and presents a new concept of humanity that goes beyond human rights and is based on equality, and to raise it to the values of virtue, which brings us all into the bosom of fraternity and love. There have been approaches that were based on individual. So in the light of the above, we are also witness the necessity of international cooperation and the inadequacy of isolation and individual efforts. And to go beyond recognition to coexistence, to go beyond the selfish worlds, and to move beyond the separate entities that we have into one joint human societies.
ما تجلت في هذه الأزمة ضرورته حيث برزت الحاجة إلى ارتقاء بالتضامن عن الصيغ الجوفاء والممارسات الهامشية التي اختزلته فيها حضارة.
And this has become evident in this crisis. There is a need to promote solidarity from empty formulas and peripheral activities, which the marketplace has reduced it to, and to reconnect it with the ethical contents and the values of mercy and aid and cooperation and benevolence, and to find common grounds on which these rights can be built. Ladies and gentlemen, the new alliance of virtue that we issued and ratified last year represents the finest conceptual and procedural embodiment of the metaphor of the ship's passengers, and so it can therefore be a strong reference point for this new beginning. I spoke here about the new alliance of virtue.
عبارة عن إثارات وصوم ومنارات.
These are guiding lights to remind everybody to reignite the human consciousness and the morality of humanity. The Second World War was a shock to human consciousness, and the humanity then created a new international system based on the International Declaration of Human Rights. And we hope that this current crisis will be an opportunity for a new start and for the birth of a new human being based on a new vision of the world, based on virtue, for human beings who can construct themselves in relation to their fellow man and the creatures beside them. And any delay of initiative in doing the right thing today holds the future of humanity hostage and threatens the future generation. And if the spirit of the ship passengers does not become dominant, is not our guiding light, then I fear for our future together on this ship. I greet you all, and my prayers to you all that God will assist you with success in explaining this idea of this spirit and to present it in the most appropriate form. And I thank you very much, and God's blessings and peace be with you all.
نشكر معالي العلامة عبد الله بن بية رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم.
We thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baye, the President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Society, and the President of the Higher Academic Council of Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities, and Chairman of the United Arab Emirates Fatwa Council. Now we proceed with our second session, which is titled, in fact, the pandemic and the metaphor of the ship's passengers. The moderator shall be Dr. Hamdan Musallam al-Mazroui, and we would like to invite His Eminence Archbishop Angelo, Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London, Dr. Salim Al-Malik, Director General of the Islamic World Educational, Science and Cultural Organization, and Ambassador Dr. Raja Naji.
الجلسة الثانية التي
Ladies and
بعنوان
gentlemen, we now
الجائحة
start
وروح
session number
ركاب
2
السفينة
titled The Pandemic
والتي
and the Metaphor
سيقوم
of the Ship's
برئاستها
Passengers.
رئيس
It is
الجلسة
going to
معالي
be
الدكتور
moderated by His Excellency Dr.
معالي
Hamdan
الدكتور
Musallam
حمدان مسلم
Al-Mazroui,
المزروعي رئيس مجلس
the
الأمناء
chairman of the
لجامعة
board
محمد بن
of
زايد
the
للعلوم
directors
الإنسانية
of the
ورئيس مجلس
Emirates
إدارة
Red
هيئة
Crescent
الهلال الأحمر الإماراتي
Society in
فليتفضل
the
مشكورا.
UAE. So, sir, you have the floor. In the name of God, thanks be to God, and may His blessings and prayers be upon His Prophet. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, it is. So the sound is clear. So we start. Go ahead. In the name of God. Thanks be to God, and may His prayers and blessings be upon His messenger, Muhammad, and may His blessings be upon all prophets. God says, the Prophet believed in what was revealed to him by God, and the believers believe in God and His books and His messengers and His angels, and we do not differentiate between any of these. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, my brothers and sisters in all parts of the world, may God's peace be upon you. May God's peace be upon you from the UAE, and peace from a country that was based on the love of peace and good for all. May God bless its founder, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, and the former rulers of the Emirates. We would like to welcome you all from a land where more than 200 nationalities live. They are all diverse in terms of religions, in color, in creed, in gender. They are all living in peace together. So I would like to thank the rulers of this country for having made this possible and for having supported diversity, which is allowing us all to live in peace together. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE has a very clear doctrine, which is coexistence and tolerance. This is something to be emulated in different parts of the world. This country has its borders wide open to people from different nationalities. People have lived here in peace, and our laws have that into consideration. We respect beliefs, we respect religions. It is the country that always offers help to all countries of the world whenever humanitarian assistance is needed, and that is irrespective of the background of the people in these countries. We only look at something that binds us all, which is humanity. This country holds conferences, seminars, and webinars to bring people together and to unite people under an umbrella of peace, love, and brotherhood. And the Pope Francis and the Sheikh of Al-Azhar signed here in Emirates the brotherhood document, and the latest achievements is establishing the Mohammed bin Zayed Humanitarian Sciences University, which is going to exemplify living together in peace. I would like to welcome you again to this session, which is titled The Pandemic and the Metaphor of the Ship's Passengers. People in this universe are like passengers on board the same ship. They are sharing the same destiny, and they all need to take part in guiding this ship. This pandemic made it very clear that our destiny is shared, and there is no way for us to make it to the shore, to make it to safety, unless we help each other. This pandemic does not differentiate between an elderly person or a young person, a wealthy person or a poor person. It does not differentiate between people on the basis of religion. And this session, in this session, we will discuss 4 topics. The first one is the current state of the world and the commonality of human destiny. The second is the health crisis as a humanitarian crisis. The third is advances in science, technology, and communication and the relation to humanitarian crisis. And the fourth is a humanitarian crisis and the metaphor of the ship's passengers. Please allow me to welcome the participants and to the listeners. And we are going to set out with the first topic, which is the current state of the world and the commonality of human destiny. I would like to welcome the speaker, His Eminence Archbishop Angelos, the Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London in the United Kingdom. So you have the floor, sir, to give us your speech.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you, Chair. This is a wonderful opportunity to be with you. Of course, we would all have to be with you in person. We've had such wonderful meetings of the forum over the past years, and I've been very blessed to be with you. First and foremost, my thanks to the forum and to Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah and all of his team, not only for this wonderful work, but for the vision and for the opportunity and for everything that has come of it. Commenting on the theme of this evening, there is no time in our living history where we have seen the importance more vividly of realizing that we are fellow travelers in one vessel, our world. In the past, we have had conflicts and wars. We've had difficulties and challenges in different parts of the world or regions of the world. And we have, to a certain extent, been able to separate ourselves. And yet this time we can't. There is nowhere to go. There is no, as our moderator said, rich or poor, young or old, Western or Eastern. It is one journey that we are on. And that makes us focus on the other commonality we have. And that is, as a minister, as a person of faith, the fact that God created us all equally with his image and his likeness, and has given us all that right to human dignity. Everyone has that right given by God and cannot be taken away. And that's why the more we recognize, and this is why I value this opportunity so much, the more we recognize this, the more we realize that we must value one another. You know, we've seen times in the past where we have seen persecution in parts of the world that have been on religious minorities, on ethnic minorities, on the rich, on the poor. We will always, as humans, find ways to persecute one another, unfortunately. This is the brokenness of our humanity. But what we have also realized is that this leads us to a breaking down of our world and our cultures and our communities. When we look at the value of the other as we do to ourselves, when I place the other before myself, then I ensure that the other will grow and thrive, and I in turn will do the same. It's wonderful that as a principle of Christian faith and practice, we must love our neighbor as ourselves. We must even love our enemies. And why? Because it is in that love that we are closest to the nature of God. And when we do good deeds, when we look at other parts of the world that are struggling, when we place others as a matter of importance, then we show that we are truly people of faith. The thing about this pandemic is that, as you know, with any confined space, if you have an infection in even one person within that confined space, the infection still stays alive. And that's why this time more than ever, we have seen nations collaborating, because we realize that we cannot solve a pandemic in one nation and leave it unsolved somewhere else and hope that it will not affect us, because our paths will change. The global village we have been speaking of for the past decades is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. We can no longer live in isolation. Our paths and our lives affect each other and impact each other. And that's why our esteemed colleagues later on this panel will speak about the health implication. The fact that we know that many religious organizations around the world provide healthcare and health support to the poorest and most in need. While this pandemic has struck us all around the world, it is without a doubt that it has struck the more deprived and the more persecuted more greatly, because they don't have the availability of medical support, of social support, of material and financial support. We have seen incredible hardships now that none of us on this call, I assume, have seen in our lifetimes. And this is why the solution must be different to anything we have offered in our lifetimes. Our solution is to look after this ship that we are in and to be fellow travelers with compassion on one another. One of the foundational aspects of the forum since it started has been looking at citizenship. And citizenship is blind to ethnicity, to race, to creed, to material wealth. And that is how we must continue to be. The message of this group must not just stay in this group. The message of this group must go into the world because it is a valuable message. It is a message that says that we must find a common solution. In many other aspects of our world, we have seen struggles and fights and races for solutions. And the first one who gets to the end is the most prosperous. But with this pandemic, with this journey, in this ship, we must all cross the finish line together. Otherwise, we all remain at risk. There is a wonderful quote by St. Cyril of Jerusalem, who says, speaking of our Lord Jesus Christ, he says, "Everywhere the Savior became all things to all men, to the hungry bread, to the thirsty water, to the dead resurrection, to the sick a physician, and to sinners redemption." And no other time have we seen the need where we must be bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, hope and healing to the sick and hopeless. And so it is along this journey, as we meet tonight, and as we continue along the journey of this life, that we must look at solutions that will give that strength and freedom and assure that dignity to all. Once again, I'm very thankful for this opportunity. And I want to conclude with a thought that for myself as a religious leader, for others on the call who are medical experts, who are policymakers, who are advocates, we must look at a holistic solution to our world. One that addresses every need equally and without restriction. And one in which we can all use our strengths and our gifts, that we together may present a view of light in darkness and hope in hopelessness. And we together can be that support and that hope for a world that cannot find it by itself without the wonderful capability that God has given us all. I pray every blessing upon this gathering, and I pray that we are able to have a voice that is powerful among us, but that goes into the world and speaks the truth for the dignity of all. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا نيافة المطران أنجيليوس رئيس أساقفة الكنيسة القبطية بلندن.
Thank you very much for the Archbishop Angelis, the Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London. Thank you very much for this great speech. And I do not want to miss this opportunity to say the following, that when I was listening to your speech, I was saying to myself, you are actually speaking my own mind. You actually presented my ideas, but then in a much better way and in much eloquent way. So it was a pleasure to listen to you. And now we move to the next topic, which is titled The Health Crisis as a Humanitarian Crisis. It is my honor to present Dr. Salim Al-Malik, the Director General of the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, the ISESCO. He is going to be taking the floor now. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you, Dr. Hamdan. My greetings to His Eminence Sheikh bin Baya and all the organizers of this great forum. In the name of God, and may His blessings be on His Prophet, I would like to say that I had a COVID test 2 days ago, and it turned out that I'm infected with COVID-19. So now I have to self-isolate, and I'm talking to you from my isolated location. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this current pandemic has to alert us to its danger for the humanity as a whole. And we are now in a race against time to find a vaccine against this virus. And this shows the competition between the different companies. There are traditional vaccines, and there are vaccines that we do not know much about, which may change the DNA of human beings. And this is something that we cannot predict. This is the first time that we had to use this new generation of vaccines. And we do not want to become lab rats. We do not want to have our DNA changed. So we have to be up to date and to be abreast of all the changes. And this is something that requires all experts in the field to work together so that we can reach the scientific research that is protective of our health against the attempts of merchants to just have a profit at our expense. This topic is titled The Health Crisis as a Humanitarian Crisis, and we are talking about the metaphor of the ship's passengers, which shows that we are all in the same boat, and it is reminiscent of the divine order to Noah to build an ark that would have all living things on it. It shows very clearly that we are united in our faith. When we are facing such a pandemic, it is really a test of our values and our virtues. This is really being tested now. We can see that there are attitudes of selfishness that may arise in such a case, but also attitudes of solidarity. And I would like to look at some of the concepts that are on the arena now. When we are talking about this pandemic, there are ideas about Islamophobia and Islamic extremism. And I have to say that we have to be careful when using a term like Islamophobia, because it is not an accurate expression. And for us, we made sure not to use this term in ISESCO, because when we use it, this means that we agree to connecting Islam with the phobias. While Islam is a religion of mercy, it's a religion of stability, and we cannot really say that we deny that there is a hatred of Islam. However, we want to make sure that Islam maintains its sanctity.
ولمن يتشبث باستعمال مفهوم الإسلامفوبيا تحت ذريعة الإساءة المتكررة للإسلام والمسلمين.
Using a term like Islamophobia is not an accurate way to express hatred towards Islam, and I call upon you to have a recommendation that we do not use the term Islamophobia. We do not want this term to exist in our documents. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk on two items. One has to do with humanitarian crisis and health crisis, and the second has to do with working together in order to face such crises. First, humanitarian and health crisis. I wonder what parts of the world now are experiencing humanitarian crises. Most international organizations have identified 5 areas that are witnessing humanitarian crisis: the Rohingya, Syria, Yemen, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. In addition to the current pandemic, they have other humanitarian crises related to armed conflict, and the least developed countries or the less developed countries are the countries that are more prone to health crises. And the World Health Organization says that those who work in the field of health, medicines, health infrastructure or medical infrastructure, epidemiologists, and health governance and independent financing of this field are items that are missing in such countries according to the WHO. And there is an institute in London that says that such indicators include the vaccination for all, the infant mortality, the ratio of doctors to the number of people in the population. So when we look at these indicators, we find that Switzerland and Japan and Norway are in the forefront of the countries with the best health systems, while countries like Chad and Laos come to the bottom of the list. Switzerland spends 12.3% of its GDP on health, which means that it spends 12.3% of its wealth on an annual basis on its health system. Yet it did not really it was not really immune to COVID-19, while the countries that come at the bottom of the list, like Chad and Laos, they spend only between 2 to 4% of their GDP on health. Then we can say that the less developed countries are not allocating enough resources to health. And when we have a humanitarian crisis in such countries, then this is exacerbated by these other elements. So after or following natural disaster or an armed conflict, humanitarian crises appear, and this brings about more demand on the health services. And this increasing demand on health services leads to paralysis of the current health services, and it shows the inability of these services to meet the demand. So when the health services or the health systems are weak, the humanitarian crises appear. Also, when it comes to armed conflicts all over the world, we will remember that in March 2020, the Secretary General of the United Nations called upon working together in order to solve these crises so that we can deal with other health crises. So then let me ask, how did health all of a sudden become part of the issues of the socio-economic or geopolitical issues? The health systems requires attention, and in many cases, we find that the problem is not really a health problem, but it is a problem that is being exacerbated by geopolitical issues. If we look at humanitarian crises or health crises, we will find that Africa has had a large share of this, and that it has been prone to crises, conflicts, natural disasters, and so on. So we find that this makes the health situation get worse. And those who are affected by COVID are 67 million people, and we have 1.5 million people who died as a result of COVID. And add to this all the other problems that we are facing, like unemployment, like drug addiction, etc. According to the OECD, the current economic situation in the world is quite stagnant, and the GDP and on a global level has decreased by 4 to 5% this year. And this economic crisis is, or this actually crisis is going to cost us $7,000 million. And the WHO said that millions of workers around the world are going to lose their income, which is 3.5 trillion US dollars by the end of this year, and unemployment is going to jump to unprecedented levels. It may exceed 40% in countries like Brazil. And that is because millions of people have lost their income. The poverty is going to increase, and the UNDP projects that 207 million people are going to be living in extreme poverty as a result. And there will be more than 1 billion poor people in this world. So we are really going through a real crisis, a real humanitarian crisis. And as a result of this, the number or the rates of migration is going to increase. So because there is going to be a decrease in social protection, there are going to be millions of people who will be affected. So we need to have solidarity, and we see also during this crisis that more than 1 billion people started working as volunteers in order to help out. And one of the positive elements or the silver linings of this crisis is that the industrial activity in this world has decreased, which means that the emissions of carbon dioxide decrease. So the nature is is reviving in different parts of the world. One of the sectors that was affected is, of course, tourism and civil aviation. And according to the World Tourism Organization, tourism globally decreased by 97% because of the lockdowns. And this means that 300 million tourists could not go around, which leads to millions of losses in income. Also, we looked at the indications of violence against women, and because of the lockdowns, we find that violence against women increased by 25%. As to education, it was also impacted because educational facilities were closed in the face of 1.5 billion children and young people. And of course, this will have impact on all these children who cannot get a proper education. Another impact is that it has exacerbated the gap between the different classes, and 1/3 of children of this world could not get education because it became difficult to reach schools. Also, when it comes to culture, it also suffered, and it will not be able to go back to where it was before the crisis. 176 countries closed its cultural and cultural locations and museums. And it will not go back to how it was before Corona. So when we look at this humanitarian and health crisis, requires us to show more solidarity with poor people. However, we can see that those who aim to enrich themselves at the expense of others during crisis, they made things worse. So we see these tendencies of monopoly, and we can see the fight or the competition to produce the vaccines, and each side is using the media in this unethical war so that they can gain some points at the expense of others. Wouldn't it have been possible for the UN to make the to launch a campaign in order to help each one and make the vaccine free for all? Couldn't things have been done better in a better way than trying to make profit at the expense of others? The lesson learned here is that it's important to have more solidarity amongst us, irrespective of our backgrounds, irrespective of our differences. The strong has to help the weak, the able has to help the disabled without any discrimination. And it is important to think of the metaphor of the ship's passengers. We have to look at our religions for inspiration, and we have to affirm that our ship has to go through these storms in order to reach the shore safely. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to go to the second part of this paper on the role of culture in solving this crisis, and also how we can work together to contain this crisis from the perspective of religious leaders. The human intellect has to wake up and has to participate and contribute to solving this crisis. The Sharia aims to diffuse any kind of conflicts, and we are dealing today with new issues and new problems. So we have to find common grounds between us in order to solve such problems and these crises. We need to put together all the different aspects and all the different fields to face these challenges. One of the challenges is looking at the artificial intelligence, looking at genetic engineering, and they are related to technology, to informatics, and to medicine and genetics. And these are all fields that are very modern and very new to us, and we need to understand what is the opinion of religion in such work. So we are facing an important challenge, which is the globalization of legislations, because whatever we face is not limited to one part of the world. It impacts the whole world. So these cross-border issues, these issues that happen across all aspects is something that requires us to work together, and we need to look at the gap, the ethical gap, the legislative gap that was created by all these inventions, and the fields of legislation and other fields are not able to keep up with all these developments. And the multinational companies that are producing these technologies are imposing their code of ethics without really referring to the code of ethics of the general public. Science and technology sometimes were used in order to fulfill certain political purposes. They were sometimes also used to achieve goals that are not really in the interest of people. So we need to have then rules and regulations for these companies producing technology so that they do not turn from a blessing to a curse to humanity. I'm talking here about manufactured viruses that could have disastrous consequences to people. Also, we need to think of the artificial intelligence and how this could lead our brains to stand still or not to be used the way that they should be. So when artificial intelligence takes over different fields as we see today, then we are going to be facing a problem. The diagnosis of certain disease, for instance, is done using artificial intelligence, and this could get experts in such fields out of business. Is artificial intelligence then going to take over? And what are these doctors going to do? Are they just going to give psychological assistance and support to the patients instead of actually treating the patients? And what is the opinion of the Sharia when it comes to implanting chips in the human being, in the human being's brain that would increase our ability to store information and to retrieve information? Are these really functions of the human brain and enhancements of the human brain that are accepted by Sharia? And if we use or we go down this path, is this going then to turn us into robots? We are at the top of the chain of creatures because of our brain. But if we leave the way to artificial intelligence, if we leave the artificial intelligence to rule our world, what is going to become of us? So this may lead us to become semi-machines. And what do religions think of this? And what about the augmented reality, when a human being could wear headphones or glasses that would allow them to live in an augmented reality? And there could be some sorts of behavior that could be propagated through this kind of augmented reality that may not be acceptable. Would this still make us in control of our destiny? So artificial intelligence may make it possible to read a human being's ideas, and this may lead then to starting a new branch of police. I'm sorry, you are over the time. Then these are questions that we did not think of before, that we did not deal with before. So this means that we have to take over these fields, and we have to think about such fields. I'm going to stop here, and thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for allowing me to participate. Thank you.
أولا معاليكم
First
شفاء.
of all, I hope you recover and you get rid of the virus. We ask God to your speed recovery. Thank you. This was such an interesting talk, and I couldn't bring myself to stopping you because it was all useful. However, I am very sorry because we're short of time. I'd like to thank you, and I hope that I may be able to read what you read, to think about it again. They're very useful, deep ideas. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your intervention. Now, I'd like to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Makawi, Ambassador of His Majesty the King to the Vatican. I don't see her in the participants. So Dr. Raja Makawi, Ambassador of His Majesty the King to the Vatican, are you with us, Madam? Then is Her Excellency here? Okay, then we shall move to the third topic. And the third topic is about advances in science, technology, and communication and their relation to humanitarian crises. I'd like to welcome Dr. Patrick Dixon, who is a doctor, a speaker, and also a specialist from the United Kingdom. Oh, sorry, Dr. Raja just joined us. Dr. Raja, can you hear me?
السلام عليكم دكتورة رجاء.
May God's peace be upon you, Dr. Raja.
دكتورة رجاء. إذا ننتقل إلى
We therefore then move to Dr. Patrick Dixon, who is the chairman of Global Change Limited from the United Kingdom. Dr. Patrick Dixon, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Greetings to His Eminence Bin Bayer, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, and other world leaders. It's a great privilege to be part of this assembly for promoting peace in Muslim societies. I'm speaking to you today as a physician, as a futurist, as someone who advises many corporations on global trends. And I wish to share with you, if I may, some slides which I hope will increase our understanding of what it is to be on this ship together. I want to look at life beyond COVID, the impact on society, faith, and our wider world, and what it actually means for us in the future. And we are in a very strange time. We have heard from many speakers how COVID has massively disrupted the life of those of faith, whether of Islamic faith, of Christian faith, or of other faiths. It has caused us to separate at a time when we want to be together. It is part of the human spirit to gather as an expression of faith, and to do so in ways which have reflected our history and our traditions over many, many, many generations. And yet, at the same time, we also find ourselves, as we are today, with extraordinary opportunities to share faith and to indeed share a vision and a common humanity in different formats, and for which I'm grateful. I want to turn to the truth about this virus. And the truth is this, that there is nothing particularly unusual about COVID-19 as a disease. Indeed, new viruses emerge every 12 months. So even if we think we have a strategy, even if we think we have a doctrinal position of faith, even if we think we have a vaccine, my friends, I say we need to consider the wider future. I have been predicting the risks of new viruses attacking our world for the last 25 years through my work, which was hijacked by another mutant virus over 30 years ago. As a cancer doctor, my entire medical practice was overwhelmed by a virus which jumped from animals into humans in an unexpected way. That virus has killed 34 million people. We have no vaccine against that virus after 35 years. That virus is HIV, and that illness is AIDS. But if we look more recently, you will see in 2003, we had 2 new mutant viruses just in a single year. SARS was killing 10% of all those infected. In 2003, we saw bird flu, which has killed 60% of all those infected. And compared to COVID-19, which is mainly affecting those who are elderly or quite frail or vulnerable from other illnesses, and it is fortunately sparing the very young, many of these other mutant viruses are not so selective, and they have also killed children and babies. In 2009, we saw swine flu, much lower mortality, but half the world's children became infected in 12 months. In 2012, in the Middle East region, we saw MERS, of course, which killed 34% of all those infected. So you see the message. Please, my friends, please let us not be tunnel visioned in thinking only about COVID-19. In 2019, of course, we think we have mortality rates of around 1%. But what about 2021? What about 2025? What about 2050? We need to be thinking differently. I always think about doubling time as a very important concept. It's how long it takes a number to go from 1 to 2 to 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. In only 10 doublings, you go from 1 to 1,000. That means that if you have a doubling time, let us say of 1 week for a virus, you go from 1 case to 1,000 cases in 10 weeks. Actually, in another 10 weeks, you go from 1,000 to 1 million. And in another 10 weeks, you go from 1 million to 1 billion. So doubling times are very, very important to understand. So what was the doubling time with COVID? Well, when the outbreak was hitting Europe very badly in March and early April, the doubling time for new cases was around 4 to 5 days. In my city of London, it was only 2 days. That's only 2 days to go from 1 to 2 or from 1,000 to 2,000. That's 20 days to go from 1 case to 1,000, 40 days from 1,000 to 1 million. And that was the crisis that was hitting many countries in March and April. But what is interesting, in fact, shocking to me, is, and this is not what we expected, the doubling time globally has slowed dramatically to around 10 weeks. You'll see on this graph here, which shows the numbers of cases, so 66 million so far. I know those are only the ones detected, but our detection has been fairly consistent. And if you look, you'll see at this graph a nice smooth line, and it shows that the numbers double from 32 or 33 million to 66 million in around 10 weeks. And that is very different from the beginning for reasons that we do not fully understand, but for which I thank God. Now, when we look at the numbers of new cases, once again, this is not what we expected back in March. If you look at the line, the number of new cases, we see 66 million confirmed total, but the number of new cases each day has been relatively stable compared to where we might have been if we'd had doubling times of maybe 4 or 5 days. Now, there is some evidence of cross-immunity in some people from other viruses that they may have been exposed to in the past. And it is possible that this may explain a small part of this. We don't know. What we do know is that COVID-19 is a virus similar to the ones causing common cold. That's why we know so much about it in terms of vaccines and the genetics. And we also know this, that we've seen a number of studies where it's become quite clear that if someone has a strong antibody response to common cold viruses that they have been exposed to in the past, that in their serum, if you analyze the components of what's in their blood, they have immunity, some kind of immunity, some of them, some kind of immunity already to COVID-19 virus. We also know from other studies and more recently that if you look at mortality rates from COVID in families with young children, that if you are living today in a household with lots and lots of small children, that your risk of dying of COVID-19 is significantly lower than if you have no children in your house. That's even when we correct for things like the age and other aspects of who you are. Why should this be? Well, it may just be that children are themselves exposed to very large numbers of mild viral infections, of very wide ranges of viruses. And it may just be that those who are heavily exposed to those same viruses, because they have those children in their homes, they're getting an element of added protection. We don't yet know. We are in the very earliest stages. But one question is really important, and again, an uncertain one, and that's this: how long does immunity last anyway? The reason why we ask this is because when we look at other coronaviruses, there are 3 other main ones we studied a lot, which cause common colds. We know that the immunity doesn't last more than 4 or 5 or 6 months in humans. So you get the same cold over and over again. So does that mean that someone might get COVID-19 over and over again? Well, maybe yes. 2 members of my own family who are in the caring professions, one who works in intensive care with COVID patients, he has had COVID twice since March. Another of my own family, who is a nurse in the front line looking after COVID patients, has had COVID twice since March. And we need to understand this is a much more complicated virus than many of the others we have studied in the past. It's really, really important that we recognize this. And then when you look at viral mutations, we see also great challenge. The virus is constantly adapting as it passes through human beings. But how many have been infected so far? Maybe only, we don't know, there's 66 million detected, but maybe 500 million have been actually infected. But there are 7.8 billion people on the earth. That means that 7.3 billion people have never seen the virus before. So we are in the first hour of the first day of this virus from the point of view of global virology. And yet mutations are already happening. In Denmark, the government has just killed 17 million mink grown in fur farms. Why? Because they recognized that they had caught COVID-19. This community was beginning to catch COVID-19, the virus causing COVID-19. And as the virus entered the mink, it changed. It then bounced back into the handlers of those mink on those mink farms. And over 200 human beings became infected last month with a version of COVID-19 virus, which we have not seen before. The virus had mutated. We have seen COVID-19 infect lions and tigers in zoos, cats in people's homes, and dogs. Fortunately, we have seen very rare examples where domestic animals have transmitted the virus back to humans. But we've seen ferrets infected, Syrian hamsters, and we will go on learning more about animals who catch COVID-19 disease from humans. Every time this happens, there is a risk of further mutation. Now, we have 53 vaccines in progress, 83 clinical trials, and I thank God for the spectacular progress that pharma has made. We have seen more pharma innovation in the last 9 months in vaccine technology than in the previous 10 years. It is astonishing, but we have to have questions. By the way, the vaccines differ enormously. I'm just going to give you 2 examples. One is the AstraZeneca vaccine produced in partnership with Oxford University in the UK. This has been formed through a defective monkey adenovirus. This is similar to a virus causing coughs and colds in humans, but it has been deactivated. This virus can be stored in ordinary fridges, which is good. It costs only $5 a dose, which is very good, especially when we hear other speakers today talking about access, equal access to vaccines in emerging markets. The cost is very important. But there are some scholars in the Islamic community and in the Christian community that have been uneasy. Not most, but some, especially I'm thinking of discussions in Australia at the moment, because this particular vaccine has been are produced from cell lines obtained from a human fetus around 50 to 60 years ago. That cell line is labeled 293HEK. There are no human cells in the vaccine. Let us be clear. What happens is the vaccine is produced by stimulating 293HEK cell line in a big vat to produce viruses. The virus particles, this defective monkey adenovirus, are then isolated from those cells and into a pure solution, which is then injected as the vaccine. And the virus particles, when they enter your body, stimulate your body to make spike protein. Now, here is a second very different type of vaccine. As an example, is the Pfizer-BioNTech mRNA vaccine, which instructs the cells to make spike proteins. There's no virus involved. You just inject the mRNA messages. These are fragments of genetic code, and you inject them into the muscle of your arm. And the mRNA contains a small genetic instruction to teach your cells to make spike proteins, which look identical to the virus, and the immune system reacts to them, and wonderfully we develop immunity. But the problem with that virus is it has to be that vaccine, this mRNA vaccine, has to be stored very cold at -90 degrees, maybe -80. It also costs $34 per dose. And I was talking to a Christian community in a church in the UK just last week, and I can tell you some of them were asking me questions about whether God would allow us to use mRNA genetic fragments to reprogram our own cells. I personally have no problem with that as a person of faith, as a Christian, but I'm just saying that it's the technology is complicated. The chains of carrying these technologies around the world are complicated. They require refrigeration as well as spectacular innovation to make them. And sometimes they can raise some ethical questions, but also practical questions. How long will a vaccine last? I mean, if you think of two of my relatives who have got COVID-19 twice, could it be that they will need the vaccine twice? Or they could have the vaccine in January, but they get COVID-19 in June. And then they get COVID-19 again the following November, unless they have another vaccine. Can you see how complicated this can become? And we will not know the answer to how long the vaccines produce immunity for, maybe a year or 2 or 3. We just don't know. And if the virus mutates, then of course the vaccine you have will not necessarily work. So if a new type of virus had spread widely from, let us say, those mink, and mutates again, then we could find we vaccinate everyone in the world, we think we've done the job, and then we're hit again with a mink version of the vaccine. So let's take a deep breath. Let us thank God for the technology, the sophistication, and the innovation of pharma. But let's look more widely at the problem. Why are we here? Why are we getting hit by new viruses every year or 2? Why do we still have nothing to give as a spectacular cure for someone with viral meningitis or a viral pneumonia? You know, you go to the doctor, he says, oh, it's an antibiotic you need if you have a bacterial pneumonia. But if you have a viral pneumonia, he says, oh, nothing, just go home and hope you get better. The reason is that we have a severe lack of effective antiviral medication. And that is why you will see a huge investment in research to develop drugs like penicillin for viruses. We still today, we don't have a single drug against a single virus that works as well as penicillin did in the 1940s when we first discovered it. So that's the big gap. And we cannot allow our whole world to be held to ransom for a year or 2, every decade or 2, every time we have a new mutant virus pandemic until we develop a vaccine. We need a different kind of solution altogether. And that requires us all, as passengers in the same ship with common humanity, facing common enemies, these viruses, to work together And better antivirals will mean effective treatment for a very wide range of future viruses and for existing ones. It will mean we have a cure for flu and for common cold, for measles and for polio and for other things. So finally, what does this mean for us as people of faith? Well, one thing we can say is this, that COVID-19, as we have heard so often already today, including from His Eminence bin Bayer, that COVID-19 has united our world as passengers on the same ship, recognizing that we face a common enemy. And this has caused us to reflect deeply on our common future, regardless of our individual nations or our spiritual heritage, but to say that we are people who need to work together, to join our hands and link our arms with a common goal to fight these things and to create a better world. And as we do that, we, I believe, will find ourselves on a journey that provides far greater solutions than we ever first imagined. Thank you.
Dr. Patrick, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information. And we will accept the information we like or not. It's very important. And we will do our best. And through being together and helping each other, we can fight against this virus. And as far as we stay together and helping each other, we can do it. Thank you very much. شكرا للدكتور باتريك على هذه الكلمة وما فيها من أخبار ومعلومات عن هذا المرض وأهمية التعاون.
شكرا.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick, for this intervention and the rich information in it. Now I'd like to move on to the fourth topic
that deals with humanitarian crises and the metaphor of the ship's
crisis
passenger.
and the metaphor of the ship's passengers.
We shall be hearing to Dr. Abdelhamid Ashak, the director of Dar al-Hafniya Institute from Morocco. The floor is yours, sir.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies, as well as Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer, and thank you to all the scholars and people who are following us today and who have also participated in this gathering. The spirit of this meeting has been expressed in one of the prophetic says, and we refer here to the ship metaphor, and we refer to the bit that says when ones in the gallery were in need of water, they would go to the deck, passing the others by, and at some point they decided that they were to just bore a hole in the hull and could draw water out of it. And where they got help from the ones above, they were all saved. And this is where the idea came about, to think about the spirit of the ship's passengers, because this is the basis of setting up a complete basis and a system of humanitarian values with the aim of helping all, those who are on the deck and those who are in the galleys, in a way to bring about balance between all these components. And from this spirit, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer had given us some very, very wise and important words, yet simple. And he mentioned the need of humanity and the need of people to hear words that awaken their conscience. In my intervention, my modest intervention, I want to stress the importance of those three components to give rise to our conscience in order to address all the various factors and problems that we're facing today. The majority of societies, since the economic crisis that started to emerge in 2007, the dominance of the industrial countries and the financial institutions as well as banks. And therefore, we saw that a lesser part of the societies and the more fragile components such as schools, hospitals, institutions that offer service were all impacted by such a crisis. And here, people ask themselves, why aren't they present? Why isn't there a presence for them while we're facing such a pandemic? And we've seen that Sheikh bin Bayyah gave us the answer. We need a solid and strong connection between people, an interconnected society, a society that is able to help one another. So this brings to mind all the values that are connected to the spirit of the passengers of the ship and its metaphor. Here, we have to talk about this social connection, and if such a connection had been broken or diminished and is no longer able to bring about solidarity and synergy, then we have to look at what happened on the ship and see the impact of industrialization and globalization on our societies. In order for us to reflect on how we can bring back this spirit of cooperation and solidarity. This alone will help us to reflect and think of how we can deal with the interest in what is only of value in terms of quantity rather than quality. And we have to stop here and think at the various trends that we are seeing today. We are seeing people running after profit and rather than trying to achieve synergy and harmony in societies. Of course, we see that the economic interest is now above the interest of the individual or the society. However, social values have also emerged to be more important in some parts than the social values. However, these values are not social ones, but they are ethical ones. And they are universal. They impact us all. I tend to agree with this approach. And I will now talk about the principles and the three axes in the following manner. The first, the principle of belief in the human destiny. This needs to be looked at because we have a collapse in our value system. There's more a tendency to think individually and to think of oneself in an egotistical manner. We have seen manifestation of this in terms of inequalities, in terms of the race for armament, in terms of dealing with the migrants and those who are seeking shelter. So the awakening of the human consciousness needs us to rewrite all the documents and charters that would help us to deal with this. This alone will bring us back to think of those values that we value and cherish all. We should have an awareness of what ails the ship. And there are three clear facts and truths here. One is that humanity has reached a level of advancement unprecedented in our history. Second, such an advance and progress enabled humanity to be more destructive. And that destruction can only impact itself. Three, in order to revive and renew this human consciousness, we have to look at what's happened on the ship. And I mean here that people communicated and took responsibility and helped one another, they achieved their aim. It's very important to have common values, and above all, to be able to act in solidarity. As to the question of responsibility, I would say this is the elixir that will help us all to remedy our ailments and in order to renew our efficiency. This is a principle that asks us all, or demands from us all, to overcome our isolation and to also think of the responsibility, the social responsibility towards others. So all those ethical needs require us to deal in the public sphere with others. And when we talk about the relationship with the other, we have to think about the principle of responsibility. There's a very strong connection here with the question of responsibility. And Emmanuel Levinas had spoken about this. He sees that responsibility doesn't come from a brotherhood, because responsibility itself has to be towards the other. And in turn, the other will feel the same. In this case, we would be able to say, I am responsible for the other. And as an individual, the individual should be responsible towards the other, especially if the other has not come from his same sphere. And we see an example of this in the Holy Quran. If we are able to empathize with people, to feel what they feel, to sense what ails them, we should be able to rid ourselves of this individualistic trend and safeguard the basic rights of humankind. And, dear guest, we include here this feeling of belonging to the whole universe. We are all part of the universe. And I turn back to the issue of responsibility. Firstly, this is based on the awareness of the human destiny. And as we have heard from Archbishop Angelos, he mentioned this point. And there's also the issue of coexistence. And I'm not going to talk about this because time is limited. From all what I've said, in short, there are a lot of things that brings us together. Those things bring us together based on our faith, and others, not necessarily so. They bring us together because we are all humans and we are all diverse. However, if we interconnect, we should be able to cross the barriers. The second issue is to do with brotherhood. And brotherhood asks us to look at the other and to see if it's possible for us to help each other and support one another. And this came also in the agreement that was held in between Al-Azhar and the Vatican, where there was the Brotherhood Charter was signed. And nowadays we hear a lot about brotherhood. However, brotherhood doesn't only mean that it is a kind of relationship between the elite, but between people alike. There's another very important word, which is the word of dignity. Alain Tourin mentions this and reaffirms this phenomenon as a sociologist. We look at ourselves and think we would like to be treated on the basis of how we see ourselves. Hence, we can say, I want to be respected. I want to be respected as a human being. I don't want to be disrespected. So this spirit of the ship's passenger that we are all looking for will not be achieved without changing our legislations and laws in order to fight and deal with the fear of others. We should be able to put in action all our words. And I've seen some countries have already enacted such laws. On the 9th of May 2018, the criminal chamber in the Court of Cassation had looked at some of the laws that criminalized everyone who gave assistance to a foreigner to come on the land of or the territory of Morocco. And here we had to question this principle. The legislature had to take into consideration the principle of freedom, and the legislator saw that, yes, it is very important to take this into account. And the council used as an argument what is shown on our flag, and also referred to the French Constitution, that upheld the freedom of the individual and the principle of brotherhood. The third issue is to do with solidarity. The world today is aware, as we have heard from Sheikh bin Baya's speech, the world is aware that it is interconnected. It is like a body of a man. If one organ hurts or a limb, the rest of the body will be harmed. There are no difference or discrimination between people. We have all to belong to one world. This pandemic has hit us all and made us aware that we have to stand shoulder to shoulder and act in solidarity without discrimination. We were reminded of our common destiny, and therefore we have to set aside the ideas and ideology of the new liberal approach. Globalization brought us together on the basis of sharing goods and services. However, we have to be able to see how we can stand together to face something that threatens the human destiny. One of the biggest challenges that the future of humanity is facing is how can we keep such principles of solidarity? We know that this has to happen on various levels, within a family, within the workplace, within communities, societies, and also in neighborhoods. It's very important for us to be able to extend our hand to the far and near. Therefore, we have to make an effort in order to achieve our aims. And follow what was in the verses of the Quran, and where it mentions that love is offered to people wherever they come from. So this invites us, dear listeners, to revisit all our thoughts and understanding about the other. It is important to know that the monotheistic religions are all united in one thing, that we should all be able to give, to help, to feed the needy. And a quote from the verses of the Quran, and I do apologize, I don't have a copy of it, and also in Matthew's writings, we see also there is a mention of such ideals.
دكتور لو سمحت الوقت تجاوزنا.
I'm so sorry, the moderator says the time has come to end your intervention. 1 minute, the speaker says. There's Karen Armstrong, a British researcher, said that the golden rule is very important, and it also applies to religious principles. The golden rule is to deal with the other as you wish to be treated, or treat the other as you wish to be treated yourself. And she says that I have followed such a rule. And as I said to you, compassion is a very important thing. It is one of the most important principles of the monotheistic religions. Hatred is something that is abhorrent to all.
ولا ينبغي أن نترك تفسيرا للنصوص حتى نجد تفسيرا مشفقا بالخلق يليق بها.
All such verses and all such examples are for us important to take into consideration, and thank you for listening. Thank you very much for Dr. Abdelhamid Ashaq for this interesting talk that was very impactful. It was beautiful and touched upon a lot of fundaments. We had wished that we had more time to listen to you talk. However, the time is shorter. And I would like to now welcome Her Excellency the Ambassador Dr. Raja Naji Mekawi, the Ambassador of the King to the Vatican. We would like to listen to her speak now about this pandemic.
لا نستمع دكتورة، حديث غير مسموع.
الآن مسموع؟
مسموع نعم، تفضل دكتورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. أنا سعيدة جدا بلقاء اليوم.
I'm very pleased to meet you all today. And I would like to start by thanking everybody who contributed to holding this meeting in spite of the difficult circumstances. I also would like to thank the President of the Forum, His Excellency Sheikh bin Baya, and all participants. I have been asked to speak about the health crisis as a crisis of morality and human relations. And I will try and do so by focusing on a number of points about the new phase of globalization, which is doubling the impacts of such crises. However, we can say that in these crises, there must be silver lining, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and there are blessings within these trials. And I believe this is an opportunity to review some policies, national and international policies, and to re-examine the rules that govern international relations in order to achieve the balance and safeguards the dignity of all. In talking about the new phase of globalization and how it increases the impact of crises, I believe that the financial world, whenever it takes a few steps forward, it is met by a crisis that pushes it a few steps back. And while it doesn't directly contribute to environmental pollution, however, it pays the highest bills because the floods and storms. The southern world doesn't cause the majority of the pollution, but it pays the highest price because of much of the natural crises strike the south. However, with this new pandemic and its spread, it increases the difficulties of the poor in the world. And those poor countries, developing countries, are paying the highest price for the crisis. And as I said, whenever they took a few steps forward towards development, the crisis befall them and they are pushed several steps back. The health sector in many countries is fragile in all events, or even non-existent in many cases. And when we have such crises, this doubles and triples their burden, and some of them collapse under the weight. There is another indication, which is the employment rates. The developing countries that suffer the highest unemployment rates were doubly hit because the pandemic reduced international trade and the availability of jobs and has increased batala, has increased unemployment in developing worlds more than anywhere else. At the same time, such countries do not have the social institutions and government institution that would help alleviate this crisis and reduce the effects of unemployment. And we know very well that development is encouraged and pushed forward by the growth of the middle class. And of course, this new pandemic is reducing the abilities and the wealth of the middle classes and increasing also the poverty of the poorest classes. So countries that are suffering backwardness and economic and social impact are suffering the most. There's another matter, which is immigration or migration, and the percentage or the rates of displacement and refugees around the world. The vast majority of them are from developing countries, and unfortunately a large percentage of those are from Muslim and Arab countries. And with the crisis, human movements is increasing and the poverty is increasing and the chances of development are reducing. And this would lead to an increase in the number of migrants who are having to leave their countries and homes and are living out in the open in many cases. So these are the indications. So with regards to the Millennium Development Objectives, they should be achieved in 2015. Well, 2015 has passed and 5 years have passed since, and not much of these Millennium Development Goals has been achieved. Now we have the pandemic, and I believe that it will laden the underdeveloped countries with more burdens, and it will increase their underdevelopment. I had started by saying that perhaps in this cloud there's a silver lining, and something that we can consider a blessing and will give us hope. And here I would like to talk about some examples. There are very famous examples that I don't need to touch upon. And I'm just giving some as an example. As a representation of the spirit of the ship and the passengers of the ship. So we have had examples of collective action to deal with the pandemic, and I believe that the whole world has witnessed or has recognized this approach, collective approach, and has taken proactive measures to prevent the spread of the disease. And with developments, as time passed, we've seen another initiatives for solidarity within the one country. So multiple funds have been set up to deal with the pandemic. And not only, we didn't stop there, there's now a wider initiatives that cover the entire continent of Africa. And under all the pressures and the pressures of the crisis in this darkness, we have seen the light of that example of solidarity on the level of our country and also the level of Africa. But not only that, when the explosions happened in the port of Beirut in Lebanon, we have seen a lot of initiatives to assist in the rescue of the wounded in a spirit of solidarity of the passengers of the ship. In around 20 sub-Saharan countries in Africa gave assistance in solidarity in that crisis. And we know the value of our friends, of human beings at times of crisis. And after this, we have seen the race to develop vaccines. We've seen very sensible, very wise examples that were done with solidarity. So here are the positive examples that give us all hope. And here we can see maybe blessings that are in the folds of this crisis. So let's talk about what happens post-pandemic. Of course, we all hope that we will end this pandemic as soon as possible with the least losses possible. And I've thought in this regard, came up with a few ideas that if we studied them carefully, we may be able to achieve some positive results post-pandemic. Because of course, as we know, crises create opportunities. And pressures, as we know, also encourages creativity. And invention is born out of needs and out of creativity. Now, again, I would mention a Moroccan example. A company that, or several companies that have developed their industry, developed their factories in order to produce goods that were required to deal with the crisis. And there are these examples in the developing world that there is the spirit of passengers of one ship and solidarity that encourages creativity. And we have seen these examples in many companies here in Morocco, where workers and company owners have come together and developed new products with national capabilities. And this shows us that there are capacities there, and the crisis creates a needs. And crises, although they are testing, they do create opportunities and give a chance to these capacities and capabilities to express themselves and be productive.
ضيق جدا لذلك لا أريد أن أطيل في تحليل النقاط.
I would like to then briefly mention another issue, which is distance working. The previous model of bringing people into offices and into factories was actually not the norm in the past. In the past, people worked in their own home and in small workshops. And we've seen examples of this still today in, for example, the manufacture of Swiss watches. Many components are created by manufactured in small workshops and in people's homes, in fact. So just to remind you that working from home, working at distance, is not new. It is the original method of working. And whilst bringing people in the same office in the same factory is the exception. And now, for example, we are holding a meeting online at distance, which is very useful, which we're all benefiting from. And it shows us that we need to have policies that will combine distance work with working in work sites, in offices and factories and elsewhere. And it's clear that much labor can be carried out, much work can be carried out at distance. And this will help save energy and save effort and the environment. So these are many benefits that we have seen. And it is important that we return to modes of production that were the norm in humanity since the beginning of time up till recently. Also, given the modern communication, we can re-examine our methods of work. Another important point is the birth of a new profession. And I will be very brief. Those are the companies that made enormous profits because of the pandemic, who are basing their business model on communication technology. So whilst we are reviewing our policies, we can take all these factors into account, and especially that I would emphasize that we need to focus on the social aspects, the childcare, the elderly care, instead of piling workers and employees in certain sites. We can develop policies and approaches that take into account healthcare and childcare, and this will and to be creative in creating a new work model and combine distance work with on-site work that will help everybody take care of their families and their children. Thank you, Doctor. Your time is up. It's more than over. Finally, you will have 2 minutes, madam. The pandemic has also shown that there is an imbalance in international relations. Since the beginning of independence of colonized countries, this relation has evolved. Of course, there was in the past what we can call a vertical cooperation with no balance between the two sides. And we need to, and if we assessed if it helped development, we would find that no, it hasn't. And then we have had a new form of cooperation, which is the new liberal type. And it was presented as a solution to the problems of developing countries. But unfortunately, the free trade agreements and the opening of market was imposed on those countries, and they were forced to open their markets to foreign goods. And this increased their indebtedness and increased the gap between the developed countries and developing countries. Therefore, we believe that we need to re-examine this development, this cooperation. We need to have more South-South cooperation and more South-South development cooperation. And we've seen examples of this in Asia and Southeast Asia. And through trade agreements, those countries were able to develop approaches with self-reliance, with mutual cooperation, South-South cooperation. This helped many of those countries to develop. So we need to examine those types of cooperation, and we need to learn from the lessons of Southeast Asia, which were based on self-reliance and in mutual cooperation, the basis, as a method to end backwardness and to develop. And let me end with the call issued by Pope Francis, where he said that the Corona crisis has left many people behind. And he focused on the migrants, on unemployed, and the vulnerable. And he focused on these following points that I'll be brief in. He called for the building of new social moralities built on equality, and also to protect the public good and to care for those who are left on the side of the roads, and to have economic inclusion through grassroots projects, and to end to turn the competition for war into a competition for the good of humanity. And also called for a re-examination of the work of international organizations which didn't benefit humanity much, especially with regards to development. He mentioned that we cannot continue to rely on them. We need to review them in the service of all humanity and all peoples around the world. And that this is not impossible. It can be achieved. And I would finish there. And peace and blessings of God be upon you.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Raja, what you said really was wonderful, more than wonderful, actually. I liked a lot your drawing example from the Kingdom of Morocco, as it is an example for us all under the wise leadership of His Majesty the King. We were very fortunate to have representation from the kingdom in yourself, and also Dr. Al-Sheikh. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you to everybody who joined us and talked and gave a speech. I really listened very attentively to everything that was said. We all are after one aim. We are all wanting to have a common destiny, a common word. We want to have security and safety for all in order to pave the way for our children, girls and boys everywhere, to live in peace in a world where people can move in safety, can help one another, so they can all overcome whatever crisis that may be it health crisis, economic crisis, or natural crises. Thank you very much. I think we don't have enough time really to have questions and answers, so I'm going to conclude this session and ask God to give us all help and peace be upon you all. Thank you very much. And now we have come to the end of the second session, which was entitled The Pandemic and the Metaphor of the Ship. And the second topic under that was the health crisis and a humanitarian crisis. We would like to invite the participants to join us in the forthcoming session, session 3, which talks about human values in times of crisis. And we would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Sanusi, the manager of the Emirati School of Development Program. And we would like to invite the participants, Dr. Mustafa Serich, and Dr. Reuven Firestone, to join us together with Dr. Abdullah Al-Sayyid and Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh in a little while. We shall have a short break and come back. Thank you very much. Have a good rest.
God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. May God's blessings be upon his prophet. It is my honor to moderate this session. It is the third session in the seventh gathering of the Forum for the Promotion of Peace. And the title of this session is Human Values in Times of Crises. As we all know, crises can lead to people getting together and showing solidarity, and many of these values are there. And they are taken from religions. And in this very unique crisis, a crisis with a very unique nature, is leading us to look at how humanity is coping and how humanity needs the common values. We are going to look at very special values like solidarity, compassion, the need for support. And we are also going to look at the step that is being taken by the new Alliance of Virtues, which is launched by His Excellency Sheikh bin Bayyah. This new alliance represents truly the spirit of the ship's passengers, and it could be a new social contract that could help the world to overcome its current crises. And this session is honored to have several speakers, and there is a common ground between them, and that is they are all contributing either through their positions or through their writings, the research. They are acting as bridges between religions, civilizations, and cultures. We are in dire need of the contributions of such speakers. I'm going to start with the first speaker, who is Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh. He is a professor of philosophy and logic in Dar al-Hadith al-Hassaniya Institute, and he is the editor-in-chief of the Peace magazine in Morocco. It is the first magazine in the Arab world that is specialized in this subject. He is specialized in the culture of getting to know one another. You have 15 minutes, sir, for your presentation, so you have the floor. Go ahead.
Am I to speak?
دكتور إبراهيم مشروح.
So, Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh.
I'm sorry, do I start?
You can.
Oh, thank you. I'm speaking less about the pandemic and more about the virtues. I do so because the virtues as a way to think about peace, and in particular ethics, comes at a very interesting time in the West. Until recently, the virtues were not at the center of the study of ethics in the West. The alternatives in ethics were thought to be either utilitarianism or deontological theories. The former was primarily identified with John Stuart Mill. The deontological alternative was associated with the work of Immanuel Kant, who provided what many people thought was the most persuasive account of what was assumed to be the only alternative to Mill. But both accounts assumed that the primary moral subject was the individual. Interestingly enough, Both these alternatives made decision and choice the focus of what was thought to be ethics. Ethics became the analysis of hard decisions shaped by questions of what would you do in X or Y circumstances. Questions of the ethics of peace and the ethics of war were shaped by these alternatives. The general presumption was peace is some ideal that is an unrealistic goal given the realities of our time. The only exception was Kant's late essay on perpetual peace, in which he tried to show that liberal societies shaped by the freedom of the individual would negotiate with other free societies, making war less likely, but also continuing needed to be a necessity. One of the implications of this way of doing ethics is that the voice of the people of faith was basically lost. The Christian tradition's emphasis upon Jesus and what it meant to be a disciple was left underdeveloped. The Catholic tradition emphasized the importance of natural law, which was primarily identified with principles as the character of morality. This emphasis betrayed Thomas Aquinas's ethics, which was primarily shaped by virtue. I will return to that comment in a minute. I've recounted this history because it makes clear what a dramatic development the reintroduction of the virtues in the discussions of ethics in the West has been. That development began with the work of Wittgenstein and was elaborated by Elizabeth Anscombe. She was quite a figure, accusing Oxford philosophers such as Hare of corrupting the youth. She opposed the granting of a degree to Harry Truman on grounds that he was a war criminal. But the breakthrough book was Alasdair MacIntyre's After Virtue. MacIntyre argued that the current ethical theories that were determining what ethics was about in the West were reflections of a moral incoherence of liberal social orders. If there was to be renewal of ethics and the formation of people in the virtues, he argued would require an introduction of the work of Aristotle and the emphasis upon the need for habituation under the guidance of masters. The significance of MacIntyre's book, which was published in 1972, was and is extremely important. His book was quite simply a changer of the discussion. He argued that the choice before the West was Nietzsche or Aristotle. He admired Nietzsche for the exposing of the emptiness of the West, but he chose Aristotle as the great conversation partner for the future. The recovery of the ethics of virtue, therefore, went hand in hand with the recovery of Aristotle's Nicomachean ethics. It received the attention it deserved, a result that I assume is of real interest to Islamic scholars, with the emphasis in Islam on Aristotle's place. MacIntyre's influence was first and foremost among philosophers. I was the theologian who, even before MacIntyre began to recover the importance of the virtues that displayed the kind of lives commensurate with our faith in God through the virtues. I began that project in my dissertation, which had discussions of Aristotle, Rudolf Bultmann, and Karl Barth. I tried to show that Barth, more than Bultmann, the classical Protestant liberal, had resources for recovery of the virtues. In particular, Barth's Christology meant that an account of the virtues could be developed for what it meant to follow Jesus. And inherent to that project was an emphasis upon the necessity of the story that captures us as a way to form the virtues for a people who understand that their lives are shaped by God's good grace. The study of Aristotle was joined by the work of Aquinas, and in particular, his account of the virtues. Aquinas, of course, had followed Aristotle in developing an account of the virtues. But unlike Aristotle, he had singled out the 4 cardinal virtues, which he identified as prudence, temperance, courage, and justice. Aquinas was also different than Aristotle in that he had the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. Charity was the form of the virtues, which meant that our relationship with God entailed our own lives shaped by habits that made our devotion to God possible. My own work in the ethic of the virtues climaxed in my book, written with Charlie Pinchas, entitled Christians Among the Virtues. In the book, we provided a theological commentary on Aristotle's ethics. In particular, we argued that central to Aristotle's work is the importance of friendship as the relationship necessary for the development of the virtues. We did so keeping in mind that for Aquinas, charity is made possible by God's love, claiming us to be friends. I have recently developed this theme in a book called The Character Virtues, Letters to a Godson. In the book, I try to show how the virtues beg to be developed by the habits that shape our bodies through our everyday relationship with one another. How the virtues and peace are interrelated is a complex topic, but peace is not only made possible by the virtues, peace is a virtue. For peace depends not on our being trapped by the necessities that too often seem to make violence the only alternative. Rather, the alternative is people of virtue who refuse to make a choice of violence. So understood, peace is not a given. Rather, peace is a people whose lives make alternatives necessary that otherwise would not exist. Peace is a result of unlikely friendships. Peace is the kind of hospitality that this forum represents, even letting someone like me make a contribution to a topic that is of utmost importance. I am honored to have been part of the forum. Thank you very much.
شكرا
Thank you.
للبروفيسور ستانلي.
Thank you, Professor Stanley from Duke University in the USA. Thank you for these thoughtful remarks about the origins of ethical philosophy and its values throughout religions and different human philosophies, and how we may arm ourselves with the knowledge gained from human philosophy, derived from human philosophy and wisdom. and how we could use this philosophy to build human connections and seek peace. We feel honored to have you, sir, here, given your experience and specialization. Now, I would like to move on to the next speaker, and I am sorry to have to change the order. And now I'm going to give the speech to Priest Adam Russell Taylor, who is the Executive Director of Sojourners and Leeds. He's also the author of a number of faith-focused books. He has occupied a number of important positions, including in the White House and the American Baptist Church. I'd like to invite you, Sir Adam Russell Taylor. The floor is yours, sir.
It is a true honor and privilege to be with you. Certainly wish that we could be together in person rather than virtually, but it is still a gift to be able to be together virtually. I'd like to extend my greetings and heartfelt thanks to His Eminence, Sheikh bin Baya, for his vision and leadership in promoting peace around the world, as well as religious tolerance. 2020 has been a very trying and traumatic year for our world. And in the midst of those challenges, I have often tried to find silver linings. One of which is remembering that 20 years ago, I gave my first sermon as I was called into ministry in the American Baptist and Progressive National Baptist Church. And while I am not here today to give a sermon, I do want to tag a title to my remarks, which is Healing the Body. Healing the Body. It is actually the title of my sermon 20 years ago, when I preached from the book of 1 Corinthians, which is the Apostle Paul's letter to the church at Corinth, where he provides what I believe is one of the most powerful metaphors in all of Scripture. He compares the health and well-being of the church to that of the human body. And he goes on to explain that when one part of the body suffers, then all parts of the body suffer with it. When one part of the body is honored, then all parts are honored with it. He goes on to argue that we have to show a particular concern to the weakest parts of the body. They are the parts that are most indispensable. And he argues that we must show equal concern for one another. Apostle Paul was speaking to a church at Corinth that was riddled with division and acrimony, bickering over different views of doctrine and following different leaders. And yet he provides an antidote to that division when he provides this metaphor as how we function in society mirrors the very functioning of the body. And I believe that Paul's words provide a moral compass for how we as a world not only get through this long and dark night of the COVID pandemic, but how we can come through it and out of it in a way that co-creates a radically more just, compassionate, and loving world. If we were to conduct an MRI of our world's health in the midst of COVID, the results would be quite alarming and dire. The United States set 2 disturbing records this past Wednesday with 200,000 new COVID infections and 100,000 patients hospitalized in just one single day. Worldwide, 1.5 million people have lost their lives to COVID, with over 67 million cases reported in 217 countries. As I wrote in our online platform at sojo.net last week, we are running out of adjectives to describe this crisis. Staggering, sobering, harrowing, and heart-wrenching are just a few that come to mind as we enter into a deep, dark winter of suffering, loss, and hardship. And as we await the arrival of 2 highly anticipated vaccines this spring that provide a great deal of hope to conquer this darkness, we must remember that particularly we as the faith community possess many of the, what in my tradition and the Jewish tradition we call smooth stones that I believe we can use to mitigate and to arrest this pandemic. We also have the stones that will enable us to see through the pandemic in a way that co-creates a radically more just world. This is all tied into what I believe is necessary in order to spur this action, which is a revolution of virtue, a revolution of values. World Bank reports that COVID-19 has already dealt an unprecedented setback to the worldwide effort to fight extreme poverty. The bank, who I used to work for, suggests that by 2021, an additional 110 to 150 million people who have fallen into the quicksands of extreme poverty because of COVID. Also reports that we'll see an increase of up to 45% in child mortality rates because of health service shortfalls and reductions in access to food. The fragile state of human rights and democracy has also been exacerbated by this pandemic. The Freedom House reports that governments have responded by engaging in abuses of power, silencing their critics and weakening or shuttering important institutions, often undermining the very systems of accountability that are needed to protect public health. The crisis of democratic governance, having begun long before the pandemic, is likely to continue after the health crisis recedes, as the laws and norms being put in place now will be difficult to reverse. These and so many other alarming trends lead to my second point, one that Archbishop Justin Welby made briefly in his remarks, that the COVID crisis is apocalyptic in its nature. The original meaning of apocalypse in ancient Greek is to uncover, to lay bare. We know that COVID-19 has laid bare so much of the brokenness of the human condition. It's laid bare divisions and failures in our politics, and even the erosion of core virtues that are rooted in our faith traditions of compassion, of solidarity, and of cooperation. And while COVID-19 itself does not discriminate, unequal and unjust structures that are deeply rooted in our societies, including of systemic racism in the United States and in other parts of the world, does cause COVID to discriminate. In the US, COVID has disproportionately infected and killed people who are already in vulnerable situations. Those with pre-existing health conditions, those who are incarcerated, those who lack health insurance, those living in poverty, and in particular, Native Americans, African Americans, and Latinx Americans. A crisis like COVID has the potential to bring out our better angels or our worst demons. A crisis like COVID can unite us around a common threat, or it can further divide us, fueling isolationism, nativism, and xenophobia. I believe that the COVID crisis has been exacerbated and fueled by another virus, the virus of what I call the politics of division and a culture of hyper selfishness. The politics of division is fueled by fear, hatred, and hypocrisy. It is rooted in demonizing and scapegoating the other, and an us versus them mentality. It is often supercharged by attacks on truth and attacks on science in many countries. The politics of division has enabled the virus, the COVID virus, to thrive in the United States and in many other parts of the world. Selfishness and hyper-individualism has fueled the pandemic as it suffocates a concern for the welfare of others and can exalt liberty above the very common good. Selfishness has even been converted into a virtue, dating all the way back to Ayn Rand's best-selling 1964 book, The Virtue of Selfishness. I would argue that the starkest example of the power of a politics of division and a culture of selfishness is around the issue of wearing a mask, which public health experts have told us since the beginning of this pandemic is critical for not only protecting ourselves, but for protecting others from infection. In the US context, let me illustrate this a little bit further. Since mid-March, when President Trump declared the novel coronavirus a national emergency, the Brookings Institute has been tracking mask use and social distancing behaviors through a study called the National Panel Study of COVID-19. It found that 40% of Americans who do not wear a mask say they don't wear one because it is their right as an American to not wear a mask, followed by 24% who say that they don't wear one because it's uncomfortable. Somehow mask wearing has become a partisan and cultural issue in this country. In the spring, when the first wave of the virus escalated in the US, I became deeply concerned about how this cancer of selfish individualism and of the politics of division was helping to fuel the pandemic and make it much worse in this country. And yet that flies in the face of the very religious values of compassion, solidarity, and cooperation. I would argue in my faith tradition, it literally contradicts Matthew 25 and a commitment to the golden rule to love and care for our neighbors as ourselves. But it is too easy to blame politicians, whether it's President Trump or others, that have often been reckless and even dangerous in their rhetoric about mask wearing. We all must take responsibility, including religious leaders who I argue could be the game changer in changing behavior now, even before the world has access to a vaccine, in order to help change the course of this pandemic. A study by the Institute of Health and Metrics, an evaluation at the University of Washington, found that if nearly all Americans wore face masks when they leave their homes, we could collectively save 100,000 lives and perhaps more than 500,000 lives to the end of February. That means simply wearing a mask has become an issue of life, has become an issue of morality and of religion. This message needs to be more boldly taught and taught across all of our faith traditions. I believe that we can learn from a concept that I studied and have benefited from for most of my adult life, called Ubuntu. It is a deep moral concept, philosophical concept that is common in Southern Africa, particularly South Africa. I learned about it when I studied abroad there in 1995. I also learned Zulu, and in the Zulu language, when you greet someone with a now popularized greeting, Sawubona, it literally means, I see you. And the response is Siyakona, which means I am here. The greeting reflects the African notion of Ubuntu, that I am because we are. It conveys that I cannot fully be made human until you see me as fully human, that I cannot fully care for myself until I fully care for you as well. It conveys just how inextricably interconnected our lives are as neighbors, as a country, and even as a globe. And I believe that Ubuntu combines the three virtues of compassion, solidarity, and cooperation to create a meta virtue that would be a clear antidote to the virus of the politics of division and a culture of selfishness. Our interdependence is not just an ontological reality. It is an ethic, a virtue that should shape our worldview, inspire our actions, and guide our priorities. Ubuntu provides a critical lens to understand the ways in which the globe has become much more interconnected. Increasingly, our security and our prosperity are tied to the rest of the world. And with global crises such as climate change and, of course, COVID-19, we can only solve them through shared global cooperation and leadership. Yes, Ubuntu represents a critical anecdote, and I believe that it is echoed in so many of our religious traditions. In my Christian tradition, I mentioned the words of the Apostle Paul, that when one part of the body suffers, then all parts suffer with it. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had his own remix of this text when he said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." In other words, infection with COVID anywhere in the world represents a threat of infection everywhere in the world. As Pope Francis reminded the world in his latest encyclical, Fratelli Tutti, on universal fraternity and social friendship, he says and argues that the world is deeply interconnected and we are all called by our faith to become and act as one human family. The concept of tikkun olam in Judaism, to repair the world and to mend the world, echoes the very virtues of Ubuntu. The moral law of karma in Buddhism, in which good actions generate positive consequences and bad actions, negative ones, also echoes Ubuntu. In Islam, the emphasis that all humans are equal regarding their dignity and equal worth echoes Ubuntu. What is needed in this moment is a revolution of values, a revolution of virtue. And I believe it's critical not just for how we respond now to the epidemic and the pandemic, but how we respond once the world has increasing access to a vaccine. We know that vaccines themselves do not save lives. Vaccinations save lives. And similar to the way in which Mask wearing has been overly politicized and held hostage by hyper-individualism and selfishness. There is a real danger that the rush and the race to vaccinate the world's population could also be sabotaged by the very same.
بقيت لكم دقيقة سيدي، دقيقة واحدة، أرجو أن تختموا.
I apologize, sir. You only have 1 minute left. If you may, please conclude your speech.
1 minute.
1 minute, that's perfect. Thank you. I believe that religious leaders could play a key role in helping to combat disinformation about the use of vaccines. We know that religious leaders have a significant degree of moral authority. They have a significant degree of trust that they enjoy with their congregations. And so this is a moment for religious leaders to provide a critical leadership role in helping to make vaccines acceptable. All of us could publicly get our vaccine when it is our turn and opportunity to do so. Help conquer some of the fear, distrust, and stigma surrounding the use of vaccines. Going back to my initial sermon 20 years ago, I was preaching in the context of the AIDS crisis, another pandemic that threatened the very health and livelihood of the world. And I said in that sermon that I don't think God only sees the words HIV, in other words, the human immunodeficiency virus. You know, in God's eyes, God saw an opportunity, an imperative to heal the international village through our response to the HIV and AIDS crisis. Well, I believe there is a similar opportunity in the context of the COVID pandemic, that if we truly embrace and then live out the virtues of compassion, cooperation, and tie those to this deeper understanding of Ubuntu, we could work together not simply to mitigate and ultimately end the COVID crisis. We could work together to heal our international village of the very viruses of selfishness and division and racism that has so often fueled the COVID crisis itself. Let us work together to repair the world, to realize a radically more humane, loving, and just world as we come out of this dark night of COVID and into the promise of tomorrow. Thank you. God bless.
شكرا لفضيلة القس آدم راسل تايلور على هذا التحليل العميق للعلاقة ما بين.
Thank you very much for this deep analysis. And thank you for clarifying the manifestations of the current crisis as we could see it in terms of how responsible or irresponsible people were dealing with the crisis, how people were caring for others or not, the levels of compassion. And thank you for emphasizing the importance of the role of religious leaders in dealing with this pandemic and trying to mitigate its impact. I would like now to point to something where Islam and Christianity are on the same page, and that is when the body feels feverish if only one part of the body is sick. And the same goes for the whole society or for the whole world, because there is a hadith by the Prophet that says that the whole body or the whole nation of Muslims, it is like the same body. So if one part of this body or if one organ of this body is sick, then all other organs in the same body would also feel sick. And thank you very much for your contribution. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh if he is ready to take over. And if he is not, then I'll give the floor to Dr. Abdallah Said Wald Abba, Professor of Philosophy, University of Nouakchott, and Forum for Promoting Peace trustee from Mauritania. he has written profusely about philosophy and the interpretation approaches, and he is very interested in the political affairs of the Arab world and also the relations between the Arab countries and other parts of the world. So, Dr. Wild Abah, you have the floor. Can you hear me? I am going to talk about a value which I think did not get enough attention in philosophical or in contemporary philosophical studies, which is the value of mercy. All monotheistic religions care about mercy. And in this paper that I'm presenting, I looked at a very famous text by the German philosopher Hans Jonas, and it was titled God After Auschwitz. And in this paper, he posed an important question: how can we rethink evil in a context where the criteria of individualism, freedom, and responsibility refer to the theology of power? And isn't this going against some other characteristics of God, which is mercy and love? This is nothing new. So in all theologies, there were attempts to answer this question. And they were trying to bring together or to find a balance between the power of the divine power and the divine, the loving divine figure. However, what is new here is the following, that we are looking here at the power, charity, and the ability to seek knowledge. And Jonas sees that it is important to put together the characteristic of power or absolute power and to focus on the other two characteristics. And this thesis by Jonas has a Jewish background. However, it also converges with some things that were said by Christian philosophers. So, for instance, Vattimo, he was talking about a weak religious belief, and he says that there are possibilities to find common grounds. And as I was saying, that this is nothing new in theological thinking, and all monotheistic religions tried to find a solution for that, the presence of evil and what is the solution from the part of faith in such a case. And in this relationship, or in the Christian thinking, there is a focus on love as a characteristic of God. But from an Islamic perspective, there is more focus on the idea of mercy. And I would like to say that the concept of love, which is something that was a bit controversial when it came to trying to explain what divine love is, we find that the Sufis, for instance, focused on mercy, and that it is an important characteristic of God, and it is one of the names of God. And the Sufis see that the main divine characteristic is mercy, because there are two of the most prominent names of God, which are Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim, the most merciful, the most compassionate. And they also connected this with justice, and that mercy may be misunderstood as a manifestation of weakness, for instance. However, that is not the case. The difficulty there was trying to understand divine mercy in combination with the power of God and the justice of God. And this was one of the difficult concepts to explain in Islamic theology. Then if we look to the interpretations of Quranic verses, and especially the verses that are talking about mercy, we find that having mercy or enjoying mercy is connected to following religion. And if we look at mercy or the definition of mercy, we will find that it is connected with many more concepts, and not just mercy in itself. It goes far beyond this particular concept. Many Sunnis and Mu'tazila were keen to interpret mercy and the qualities of the meanings, and this led them to change the interpretation of the characteristics of God, and they described, for instance, mercy as being obligatory to God by virtue of his power. This leads us to talk about how we need to rethink the value of mercy. And this virtue started in the Christian tradition, even though there was a bit of resistance at the beginning of looking at this characteristic, but the modern Christianity started looking at this, and I'm referring to messages by the late Pope John Paul II and the current Pope, who have clear messages there about mercy. In this context, I would like to rediscover mercy in Islamic philosophy. And I would like to say that mercy in Islam or in Arabic does not have the same connotations as in English. It is not restricted to showing mercy to somebody who is weaker or who deserves commiseration. In Arabic, the word mercy comes from the same root also as the mother's womb. And although the saying of mercy is based in its etymological structure on the meaning of closeness and kinship in the most accurate and strongest dimensions associated with the mother's womb. However, the definition adopted by linguists, commentators, and speakers and jurists have refrained from this connotation. And there is also a hadith that was narrated by Bukhari about Umar ibn al-Khattab, and it says that there was a woman who was enslaved, and she found a child who was motherless, so she breastfed this child, and this was something that the Prophet saw, and he said that, can you see how much mercy this woman showed to that motherless child? Well, God is more merciful than to his creatures or creations than this woman is with that child. So
وإن كانوا في الغالب لم يلقوا صعوبات كبرى في قبول معاني الغضب والرضا والانتقام والإنعام والعزة والكبر.
There were also difficulties when it came to the explanation of the different aspects of mercy and reconciling this with other divine characteristics, including, for instance, the God's anger or God's wrath.
مستنكفين الطريقة الأقوم والأوضح التي بينها الحق تعالى لمعرفته وتعرف الخلق عليه، وهو صفة الرحمة التي تحدد آفاق النظرية نجملها في 3 ملاحظات أخيرة. الملاحظة الأولى.
I have some comments. And one of the comments is that there is an existential primacy of mercy, in the sense that the path of creation and the cosmic management is based on benevolence and on charity and goodness. And you have one minute left. Okay, I need 5 minutes actually. There is a mistake that was committed by philosophers and speakers, and that is the delusion of the subjective nature of existence, which is self-sufficient, in what results in the determination of fixed and total controlling standards. And the system of this existence, even with the adoption of the doctrine of creation, is reduced to the moment of its original foundation. Also, the doctrine of creation, although it includes the necessity of believing in contravention and complete impartiality as the truth of monotheism, but at the same time it includes the meaning of closeness, selection, and friendship. And God described himself as being closer to his worshippers than a vein cord, and that God has made it or has obliged himself to show mercy to his creatures. And then there is the last comment, and that is, if the divine power cannot be understood in terms of external oppression and arbitrary hegemony according to human standards, then divine justice cannot be understood in the sense of exchange and barter. Otherwise, the fulfillment of the divine religion cannot be conceived from the outset, as long as God Almighty is the true source of all blessings and the true conciliator of obedience and gratitude. There are many texts that imply the principle of just retribution, and
لا إلزاما وفرضا على الإرادة الإلهية المطلقة. هذا ما تنبأ إليه الغزالي بقوله
Imam al-Ghazali was alerted to this fact by saying that expand the mercy of God Almighty and do not weigh divine matters with official brief scales. So divine justice is only perceived from the perspective of mercy, which is the absolute benevolence preceding the system of existence and its comprehensive preservation, control, and end. And it is the truth of absolute divine generosity that appears in central concepts that contemporary philosophers have worked on, such as love, generosity, and forgiveness. And as the Prophet said, the merciful will receive mercy. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you for this very insightful intervention and how Judaism, Christianity, and Islam share the same value and in content. And also thank you for briefly looking at the word mercy from a terminological point of view. Of course, this intervention comes from a highly distinguished speaker. And thank you for the book you mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Abdullah, for for this intervention about Islamic thought. Now I ask Dr. Mustafa Siraj, the former Mufti of Bosnia and the head of the scholars in the. He has a lot of experience and knowledge in terms of crises and conflict resolution, as well as the suffering of the Muslims in Bosnia and Herzegovina. His conviction has not changed, and that is that the future of Muslims is in consolidating the values of international peace and cooperation. These are values that we are in need of nowadays. I invite you, Dr. Mustafa Siraj. The floor is yours, sir.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and thank you. It's good to see you in good health. I greet you all from Sarajevo, and I greet especially our leader, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, and I greet everybody who helped hold this forum and all who's attended. The subject, as I understand, is the corona pandemic and the need for tranquility, or the sakina, the Arabic word for tranquility, for quietude. And I would start by saying that that fear and tranquility are opposites. And the fear of corona pandemic is a psychological state more than being a physical state. And psychologists have warned against deep impacts of corona on psychological health and mental health today, because people are afraid of this invisible and strong enemy. And researchers have been telling us that the priority should be monitoring the levels of fear and anxiety and self-harm and suicide and other afflictions that befall our souls. We have heard from a person called Kate King. She's 57 years old, and she suffers depression, and she said that the times are difficult for people with psychological problems. She added that anxiety is a natural response to our present situation, and I suffer a mild level of anxiety at all times. And you could suddenly be hit by waves of concerns as you follow the news or think about your own health or the health of others. Late last March, the Academy of Medical Sciences in the United Kingdom conducted 2 online surveys that gave a glimpse of the current state of the population's mental health under these conditions of the corona pandemic. The first survey covered a sample of over 2,600 individuals, including many, or rather 2,100 persons, including many people who are suffering mental health. And the survey highlighted their fears about access to support and services during the pandemic, as well as their concern about the deterioration of their own health. The second survey covered a sample of 14,099 individuals, members of the public, and they identify their concerns over the effects of social isolation and economic difficulties resulting from this crisis. So, alongside the drugs and the breathing apparatuses required to treat certain corona cases, we also need to treat people's souls and hearts, mental health. And this is where the role of muftis comes in Muslim societies, because muftis are psychologists for these societies. And in order for muftis to be able to treat people's souls and hearts, they must be qualified to diagnose what's wrong with those souls and hearts. Because if you don't know the diagnosis, if you don't know what the sickness is, you will never find a treatment. And people's souls are afraid of this pandemic, and their hearts are fearful and anxious. Therefore, today, people are in dire need for the tranquility vaccine, i.e., to be secured against this pandemic. We today suffer a crisis in people's minds and hearts because we are concerned. We don't know where did this affliction come from, and we stand before it incapable of protecting ourselves. We must recognize that there is an important new role for muftis, which is to dispel fears and to give tranquility to people. And God mentioned tranquility in 6 different places. Firstly, in the verse where it says, "And the prophet said to them, the proofs of this kingdom is that the ark shall come to you, bringing tranquility from your Lord, and relics left by the family of Moses and the family of Aaron, and it will be carried by angels. And that is a sign for you if you are believers." And this tranquility is actually an ark or a chest, a wooden chest, representing a form of a security blanket, which were told by Islamic scholars that it will contain venerated objects from the relics of prophets and their remnants. And God sent down tranquility also on his, caused his tranquility to descend upon his messenger and the believers. And he sent legions you didn't see. And here, tranquility is a stillness and calmness and compassion and gentleness and reassurance. And the term descended, caused the tranquility to descend upon his messenger and the believers means that he poured it into their soul, into their hearts. And the need for this tranquility is based on that we need to be aware that God is helping, God is sending his assistance, although we might not see it. Third verse, the Quran tells us, and he said to his companion, don't grieve, surely Allah is with us. And then Allah sent down his tranquility upon him and supported him with forces, which you didn't see. So the previous verse was referring to collective fear and collective tranquility, whilst this verse is referring to individual fear and tranquility. The corona pandemic is also caused by individual fear, and our need for tranquility against it is also individual. And this is why the Messenger of Allah said to his companion whilst they were hiding in the cave, do not grieve, surely Allah is with us. And this shows that, emphasizes that God is with them. And the Messenger of Allah sought to dispel from the heart of his companion Abu Bakr the signs of fear and feelings of sadness and give him a feeling of reassurance and confidence in victory. And in the case of the corona pandemic, we are all individuals needing a word of comfort, needing to be told, do not be grieved. Surely Allah is with you, and he will dispel your fears and emphasize a sense of tranquility. And this is why it's important to have a spiritual remedy and treatment for corona before, and focus on it more than the physical. God tests us in good times and bad times. The Prophet, peace be upon him, says, how wonderful is the situation of believers, for theirs is good in everything. And this applies only to the believers. If prosperity attends them, they express gratitude and Allah rewards them for that. And if they are hit by adversity, they endure it patiently, and Allah also rewards them for that. Secondly, we need to recognize that the mission of the Mufti and the Fatwa is to address the profound effects of corona pandemic on mental health at present and in the future, due to the fear and anxiety towards this invisible and unknown enemy. And although corona is bad on one side, it has good sides, good aspects, including people's awareness and appreciation of the gift and blessing of their health, which was taken for granted in the past and will drive people to atone for their sins. For the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, never is a believer stricken with discomfort, hardship, or illness, grief, or even with mental worry, that his sins are not expiated for him. Third lesson, patience with corona in order to be rewarded with tranquility, because the more a person is afflicted, the more he will be rewarded. And so diseases vary and pains vary, and the more pain increases, the more the reward. And we mustn't consider that increased pain is a disaster. It is, in fact, an occasion for more rewards from God. Number 4. The corona pandemic is a call from Allah to all humanity to return to their Lord and reminding them of their disobedience and wake them from their slumber. Humans, as we now see, when disease hits them, such as with this corona pandemic, and when it strikes them and deepens its severity, as today we see, they say, why? Why is this? Why did it afflict me? Why? What's the cause? Where did it come from? And who amongst us caused this abominable disease? Now, God told us in the Quran, say it is but from yourselves. So mankind is told that it is by his own sins. God Almighty also said in the Quran, and no evil befalls you except it be from your own self. So humans must reconsider their actions in terms of their protecting the environment against pollution, as well in terms of protecting the human soul from corruption. This is more dangerous. It is much more dangerous pollution and corruption because the environmental pollution stems from the pollution of the human soul. Because people are in slumber when they are in good health. And now that Corona has struck them, they start to wonder, why? What caused this? What have I done for Corona to strike me? And then they start to think and analyze and review and come to answer. It was due to my sins. But what are those sins? When did I commit them? How many are they? And then people start to bring themselves to account and become aware of the cause of this affliction, that it befell them because of themselves, and they return to their Lord in repentance and submit to their Lord, seeking and hoping for forgiveness, pledging to repent, and that if they recover from this illness, they shall not return to this disobedience. Many people have changed their path in life because of illness. And if it were not for the illness, they would not have changed, but in fact, the opposite, they would have grown in arrogance and distance from the true path. So undoubtedly, the pandemic of Corona has changed many concepts about people's roles and destiny in life. The entire world will not return to where it was before. Allah Almighty says in the Quran, Allah does not change the condition of a people until they change what is in themselves. Thank you very much for this. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Sheikh Mustafa Sirij, for this wonderful exposition about the issue of tranquility, and you based yourselves on survey, and you focused on the sources of tranquility from the religious texts, from the Quran and the Sunnah, and he also shown the need for religious leaders to give comfort to their societies and communities, and to learn the lessons of Corona, where people go back to re-examine their sins and go back to their Lord. Thank you then very much. I will now give the microphone to the next speaker, Bishop Hossam Naum, the Anglican Bishop of Jerusalem, and the representative of the Anglican Diocese of Jerusalem. And he's also active in religious relations and interreligion dialogue. We listen to him if he's ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and peace be upon you all.
I greet each and every one of you in the name of our God, Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer. And I also bring you greetings from Jerusalem, from the holy city of Jerusalem, Al-Quds al-Sharif. And thank you for the opportunity to be together at this very important event in the life of our world today and in the life of our communities, both here and globally. And to all those involved in this very important forum for promoting peace in Muslim societies, in which Jerusalem is one of those. And also a big thank you also for His Eminence, the Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, for his initiatives for promoting such important values in the life of our world today. You know, the overarching theme set before us for this year's meeting is an essential one, and the human values in time of crisis. And this session focuses on COVID-19 and the need for inner tranquility. Tranquility in times of peace and luxury is one thing, and in times of war, natural disasters, or epidemic or pandemic is another. Tranquility is a state of well-being and inner peace and quietness, is not to be taken for granted, especially at this very critical time, very exceptional time of COVID-19 pandemic. Inner tranquility is a state of being that embedded in a moral and an ethical system, whether religious, humane, or secular. And also it is an important process in which we also try to get into the inner restoration and healing, as Reverend Adam has pointed to. I am really moved at the metaphor of the ship's passengers used at this conference to reflect on the importance of our common humanity in facing this pandemic. This rich image brings the themes of togetherness and common destiny at the forefront of our earthly agenda at this time, a term we call in our Christian tradition the common good, or in Arabic it's also translated al-khayr al-aam. Tranquility and serenity are reflections to our moral and ethical beliefs. For us Christians, virtues are important tools which help both individuals and communities to live a godly life, moral and virtuous living. Christian virtues can be divided into two groups, as Professor Haworth have pointed to: the cardinal virtues, which of prudence, fortitude, temperance, and justice, and also the theological virtues of faith, hope, and love. And for us, as Christians, looking at these, especially the theological virtues, just to give an example of how these virtues, help individuals and communities in order to process so many things that come into their way of life, and especially in facing, their inner fears. Faith in God is important, and it is actually the bedrock of our own living, and how we can really face these challenges in our lives in so many ways. So faith is very, very important, and it is actually in the place from which we begin to reflect on things that happen within our lives. And similarly, hope is really important, because hope gives us not only the strength, but also it gives us the sustenance in which we wait and anticipate in hope for what is to come. And whatever situation we go through, we know that our humanity will overcome with the help of God. So for example, vaccine is one sort of hope that our world is waiting as we await the distribution of such important. And just pointing to the other virtues, and a fair distribution of such vaccines would be also important. So therefore, we have these virtues in order to guide our lives in so many ways, because a virtue is a positive habit and a way of life. And also the opposite of virtue, as we all know, is vice. And these two words rhyme in Arabic, because we speak about, on the one hand, the virtue is fadila, and the vice is radila. So fadila and radila are two opposites. The need to revive virtue in our community is very, very important, because as many of my brothers have pointed to, it is an important tool in which it can help us not only to restore and heal our communities, but also it can help us to overcome so many fears. So for example, virtues lead to right decisions, and therefore happiness and tranquility, externally and internally. This is an important source and resource of virtuous life, what some people called, positive energy. And like to have a positive energy within oneself, we have to draw into something, something that really we can draw from in order to have such positive attitudes within ourselves and for the environment around us. COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a significant damage of social life, both individual and communal, including poverty, violence, despair, and anxiety. And we know that anxiety is one of the most cruel things that people can experience. And we all know that anxiety can be contagious. And also similarly, we know that positive energy, have positive attitudes towards life is also contagious. So the more we are living a life of tranquility and the inner peace, the more we can influence the community around us. As passengers who are in the same ship, we are in need for a common morality in facing the COVID-19 pandemic. And here in Jerusalem, we live this not only theoretically, but also practically by joining hands together and maybe just wearing the mask and encouraging people and social distancing, also broadcasting prayers through social media and so on and so forth is an important thing that we all together join hands. 3 Abrahamic religions are all together in facing. So common morality in facing the pandemic is really critical and essential. This is what we call togetherness. This is what we call the common good. Our common destiny calls us to one main thing in the light of the pandemic and many other threats that risks the existence, our existence and our well-being, and that is the sanctity of life. Preserving life is the true north of the compass of our common ship. So therefore, we have to know where our common and our true north lies as we sail together through this pandemic that we all face as a world community. This call for emergency reminds us of the important values that lead to inner tranquility within us. For example, we need to talk about more cooperation and solidarity, compassion and empathy, create an environment of peace in our lives. I would like just to share a few, but I would like to share with you a few pragmatic things and practices which enhances our inner well-being and tranquility. So prayer, for example, is an important, not only practice, is an important life, because we, people of faith, we are grounded in life of prayer as we get closer to God, closer to ourselves, and closer to our neighbors. So family bonds as well, and friends is also an important thing. And we spoke about, how community is important. We in the Middle East, in the East, we value family bonds and family relations because it's a safeguard for the human soul and the well-being of individuals. And community and individuals are really and deeply are connected together. And also caring for oneself and doing things also that we like music and sports and arts. And these are kind of pragmatic things that we can do, as well as spiritual practices, because talking about inner tranquility has to do with, maybe in secular we speak about psychology, but we speak also about our spiritual well-beings as people of God and as people of faith. And also as churches, we practice also pastoral care for our community. And I think, we as mosques or as synagogues and churches, we are entrusted with our communities to care for them and to care for their souls and for their well-beings. And also, I would like to share with you another practical aspect within our diocese, and I'm sure that many other churches and other religious institutions, that we have over 30 institutions within our diocese that between healthcare and education and rehabilitation, including a hospital in Gaza and a hospital in Nablus in the West Bank. And these hospitals serve many, many people. And at this time, people are facing this pandemic together. And we know our responsibility towards our communities in which we live in. And finally, I would like to end with a scriptural verse from the letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, which reads, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made to God. And in Arabic it reads, لا تهتموا بشيء بل في كل شيء بالصلاة والدعاء مع الشكر لتعلم طلباتكم لدى الله. كل الشكر. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا فضيلة مطران حسام نعوم على
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much for this great intervention about the need for tranquility and inner peace, and also talking about the values that are based on virtues, and how we can deal with crises. And all this, of course, requires us to have inner peace and to have a clear spirit. And perhaps as people who are involved with faith and with religions, we think that it's more important to take into consideration this aspect as well as the intellectual one. Thank you very much for your speech, and at least we had a glimpse of the holy city of Jerusalem. And now I give the floor to Dr. Radwan Al-Sayed, Professor Emeritus of Islamic Studies in Lebanon University, and a member of the Forum for Promoting Peace, and he's a trustee. Of course, he doesn't need to be introduced. He's very well known to everybody, and maybe a lot of people see him by the internet. Dr. Radwan has a very long history in his field and with Islam, and also very well acquainted with the Western disciplines that deal with Islam. He has contributed a lot in the Arab world in terms of sharing in reform projects. Dr. Radwan Al-Sayed has the ability to talk very precisely, and we are hoping that he will be able to do so. It seems that your microphone is turned off. Is it on now? Please take the floor.
محاضرتي أو مطالعتي
The
حلف
title
الفضول الجديد والقيم
my
الإنسانية المشتركة.
presentation is the new alliance of virtue
ففي مسألة
and
القيم
common human
هناك
values. And with regards to
هناك
values, there are
أصول
two issues. There are
القيمة وهناك الحق في
the principle of the value and the right to enjoy that value or participate in it.
في العصر الحديث
Amongst philosophers and in modern times, Kant, for example, tells us that the values are a priori, and everything in this regard is known a priori, and
يقينا تاما والا لما كان هناك ما
a principle of value then requires that it is known fully,
فالامر على النحو نفسه في مبادئ الاخلاق.
and the same principle as applies to mathematics applies to ethics, and ethical values are holistic, universal, and obligatory, and they are not subjected to varying experience from time to time and place to place. And therefore, in more modern times, of course, we have had many arguments over this issue, the ethics of obligation, which were founded by Kant.
ولكن المشكلات
However, the
قلت حولها وهي ليست
problematics and the debates have been reduced now
الإبراهيمية
or lesser now,
بالذات
and they're not
تقول
a concern of religions, in
بالمسألتين
fact, because
بالحق
Abrahamic
وبالقيمة. كانت
traditions
المشكلة
talk
الأعنف
about
والأعمق
the
منذ
right and
القديم
the
منذ
value, but the
أفلاطون
deeper and
وأرسطو
the more
هو
ancient
اقتران
problematic
القيمة
is
اقتران
the
الحق بالقيمة. يعني من
the
له حق
connection between the right
المشاركة
and a value. So who has the
فيها
right
في
to
هذه القيم من
participate
طريق
in
التمتع
such values
بالكرامة
by
التي
enjoying
تقتضيها
the
إنسانيته.
dignity which is required by his
وما
own
تزال
humanity.
مشكلة
And
الحق
the issue, this problematic
مشتعلة
of
حتى الآن.
the right of
وجوه
enjoying a
التمييز
value
وجوه
still
الانتقاص
exists
من
today. There
الكرامة
is
التي تؤثر
there are
على
problems of
القدرة
discrimination,
على
of
المشاركة في
reduced
هذا الحق
dignity, which
ما
reduces the
تزال
ability to
مشتعلة.
enjoy such a right.
العلامة بن
All
باية
this is still
يتحدث في
present in our
ديباجة
day.
ميثاق
And
حلف الفضول الجديد
Sheikh
عن
bin Bayyah
الحقوق
talks
الإنسانية
about the
الفطرية
introduction
التي
to
يتمتع
the
بها
new
كل
alliance of
البشر.
virtue, about
كما
the
يستذكر وهو يمهد
the values
للقاء
which
مع
all
الديانات
humans
الإبراهيمية
enjoy.
إعلان الحقوق الدينية الذي
And there
أصدرته
has been this
الكنيسة
declaration of
الكاثوليكية
the
عام 1965
religious
والذي أعطى الأساس
rights
لطلب
by the
الكنيسة
Catholic Church in
الكاثوليكية
1965,
الحرية
which
الدينية لكل الناس
gives
بسبب
the
الكرامة الإنسانية.
religious rights to
سأعرض
all humans
بإيجاز
based on human
لمشروعين
dignity.
للأخلاق
And I will now tell you briefly about two projects on
في التفكير
common human
الغربي
values
مشروعين
in
معاصرين
Western
ثم
thought, contemporary
وهذا
projects.
بإيجاز شديد
And
ثم
then, and very briefly
بعد
again,
ذلك
I will
اشتغلوا على
speak about
تحليل
an
واستنتاج
analysis
في
and a deduction
ميثاق حلف الفضول الجديد.
of the
المشروع الأول
charter,
في
the
مطلع
alliance,
التسعينات
the new alliance of
للاهوتي
virtue. Now,
الكاثوليكي
the first project
الذي
was
قال
from the
في
Catholic
كتابه
theologian Hans
مشروع
Strunk, which
أخلاقي
said in
عالمي
his book,
لا استمرارية من
a
دون أخلاق
universal
كونية يعني وهذه هي اللمحة
ethical project.
الكانطية هنا لا سلام عالمي من دون سلام ديني ولا سلام ديني من دون الحوار
peace, and
بين
there's no
الأديان.
religious peace without dialogue
السلام
between
الديني
religions.
يريد من ورائه أن تتلاقى الأديان الكبرى جميعا على قواسم مشتركة في مجال القيم
calls for
وأصول
that all
الأخلاق
religions
وعلى مستوى
meet on
العالم.
the grounds of common
يقدم
values,
بكلام طويل جدا
and
ثم
talks
ينتهي
extensively about it, and then
إلى
finally
ثلاثة أمور. الإدراك أن الأخلاق مطلب
speaks of three
مشترك
issues. Firstly,
وتفيد منه
recognition
الدول
that
حيث ما عادت
ethics
القوانين
are
كافية
a
ولا
common
السلطة
requirement.
الإكراهية
The
لإنفاذ
laws are not
القانون
enough.
مجدية.
Enforcement is insufficient
والأمر
and
الثاني الحاجة
inefficient. The
للمقاربة
second thing
القيمية
is the
والأخلاقية
need for
للمشكلات
a
المتزاحمة
value and
تفرض تعاونا
ethical
بين
approach
المؤمنين وغير
to
المؤمنين.
the
فبحسب
problems
كينغ
which
يستطيع البعض من غير المتدينين
dictates cooperation
عيش
between
سيرة
believers and unbelievers.
مستقيمة
And according to King,
وإنسانية بدون التدين بدين.
people
لكن
can
معظم
live
البشر يجدون في الدين والتدين
a faithful life
مستندا
and a
أخلاقيا
good life
كبيرا.
without needing
وما
to
دام
be tied to
الطرفان
religion. But
يعترفان
religion
بالحاجة الملحة إلى
does
مقاربة
create a great deal
قيمية
of
وأخلاقية
ethical
لمشكلات
value.
العالم فلا غنى
And as the
عن
two sides
التعاون.
require each other, then cooperation is a
المقاربة
necessity.
القيمية والأخلاقية للمشكلات
And
العالم
the
في
approach,
نظر كينغ
the
هي
value
تبدأ
and
بتحقيق
ethical
السلام بين
approach to the
الأديان
world's
من
problems
طريق
in accordance
إعادة
to can be achieved through
القيم
arriving at
المشتركة
religious peace
بين
by
الديانات. وهو
identifying
ألف
the common
6
values
كتب
amongst
في
religion,
6
and he wrote
ديانات
6
بحثا
books
عن
about
القيم
6 religions in
المشتركة
search of
وليس
those common
في
values.
الديانات الإبراهيمية فقط.
And not only in the Abrahamic
الديانات
traditions, but
الإبراهيمية
also
الثلاث
of course, there's 3 Abrahamic traditions
والبوذية
plus
والهندوسية
Buddhism, Hinduism, and
وديانات أصغر أيضا ومنها بعض ما يسمى بالديانات الطبيعية. وعلى هذا الأساس اشتغل على لاهوت عالمي
and on
من
this
أجل
basis he developed
المقاربة
universal
وحظي
theology
بنجاحات كبرى في التسعينات.
This approach met a great deal of success in the 1990s.
كاثوليكي لكنه مستقل عن
He was
الفاتيكان.
Catholic, he is independent from the Vatican.
في هذا الأمر أيام يوحنا بولس لكن فقط في التسعينات ليس قبل ذلك كان مختلفا معه حول سلطة
coincided in his efforts with the Vatican and their
المشروع الثاني
the second
والأكثر
project
حداثة
and the more recent
يبدأ من
starts
مكان
with
مختلف
from a different place. However, it
إلى نفس الأمر. هو مشروع
leads to the
الفيلسوف
same
الكندي
results.
المشهور
And
تشارلز تايلور.
it's a project of Charles Taylor, Canadian philosopher. In his second book, in his most important book,
هو يبدأ من مكان مختلف.
of 2007,
من هذه العلمانيات المتتالية
the age of secularism. He starts somewhere else. He starts from the various secularism, which undermines coexistence around the world. So the system of human coexistence in our living together. And he states that prior to those multiple secularism, postmodern and pre-modern societies were had more solidarity and agreed on ethical foundations within them and in their relations to other communities and societies. Wars, however, didn't disappear altogether, but the values of solidarity and of cooperation and ethical values in general were clearer and were more stable and were more rooted were part of people's nature. And he claims that there is another opportunity to return
لاستنهاض هذه القيم من خلال تصدعات الحداثة وما بعدها ومن خلال ظواهر عودة الدين. يذهب إلى أن هذا الأمر بدأ أول ما بدأ كم هو قلق كم هم العلمانيون أيضا مفكرين وسياسيين جديين كم هم قلقون لهذا التزعزع والتصدع الأخلاقي حتى مع حكم القانون في الديمقراطية. يبدأ بمناقشة نظرية العدالة جون روز 1971 ثم يمضي إلى الثمانينات. ذكر بعض المحاضرين هذه الفلاسفة الذين اشتد قلقهم وذكر منهم درس منهم 7 بدءا برولز ووصولا إلى الذين ناقشوا نظرية رولز وأدى إلى وأن كل هذه التصدعات أدت إلى استعادة استكشاف القيم التي أصلها
caused the rediscovery of the values that were part of the United Nations Charter and the International Declaration of Human Rights, that they were of religious origin. And when the religion aspect of them, or that the religious spirit was removed from them, they have become weaker. And now we are seeing a return of religion because people have discovered that without these religious ethics and the elements of cohesion and in societies, we cannot continue to live together as human beings, and our problems and our fissures will deepen. Taylor's project is amongst dozens of other projects, and I wanted to mention these 2 projects because they have in common the fact that they are concerned with the ethical question alongside the alliance of virtue also also in the Marrakesh Declaration. His Excellency Sheikh bin Baya talks about the existential angst and the objectification and the separation between economics and ethics, etc. These are causes that he identifies in common with much of what Taylor and before him what Hans King said and other German philosophers. All the time you have been speaking yourselves about the German philosopher
اسمه يونس مش جونس لا ينطقون الجي.
He's called Jonas, not Jonas, as we heard from some of our colleagues. Jonas.
رأيته مرة في جامعة تübingen عندما كنت أدرس في ألمانيا. أتى وحاضر عند هانس
University, and he came. He was there, and Hans King was also there. Also, and I was very young, and I didn't understand their ideas. Mr. Wildeban had in fact drawn my attention. Now, there are 7
لضرورات
motivations,
المبادرة.
as Sheikh
5
Abdul
منها
Bayyah talks
يشترك
about
فيها
as
مع
reasons
سائر
for the initiative.
المفكرين
5
وسائر
of them are
العالم
common between him
الديني
and
في
all
الديانات
and many other
الإبراهيمية
thinkers
وأحيانا خارج
and
الديانات
religion theologians in the Abrahamic traditions and others.
هذه
However,
البواعث
these
بينها
factors
2 6
include the
و7
7
لها علاقة
include 2.
بنا
Number
نحن
6 and 7 are
المسلمين.
related to us
الحالات
specifically as
المتزايدة حول
Muslims.
العالم
We are seeing
للاضطهاد
increasing
الديني
cases
والتمييز على
of
أساس الدين
religious discrimination
والاعتداء على أماكن العبادة والمؤمنين الذين
and attacks
يرتادونها.
on
واثنين
places of
المسألة
worship
الأخرى
and those
الاتهام
worshipping.
للدين أيدين بأنه
Secondly, there
عنيف
is an
ومسؤول عن ظاهرة
accusation
الإرهاب
that Islam
ومسؤول
is a
كذلك عن
violent religion
التطرف والأنماط
responsible
المتعصبة
for
من الدين
terrorism
التي
and for
تهدد دين
extremism and
الجماعة
extreme forms of
الذي
religion which
أو
are
المينستريم
threatening
الذي
the
يمارس
mainstream,
بحرية.
which is practicing it, whatever it's practicing in freedom.
هذه الدوافع ال7 البواعث انطلق بعد ذلك إلى المبادئ مبادئ هذا الميثاق فذكر 9 مبادئ هي بمثابة كليات أو قيم أساسية أولها الكرامة وحرية التصرف وحرية الاختيار والتسامح العدالة السلم الرحمة البر الآخرين لو تأملناها كلها لوجدناها بالفعل تبحث عن المشترك
they are really seeking to find the common ground because they are common with the International Declaration for Human Rights, Universal Declaration for Human Rights. You have 2 minutes. So even when he mentions mercy, and he knows
فيها مفارقة ولو قليلة مع الإعلان العالمي يضيف الرحمة واسطة عقد الناموس الحق والرحمة والإيمان وخاطب المؤمنين الرحمن يرحمهم الله تعالى. أعود لأمهد للختام. ذكر 9
he mentioned 9
إعلانات وبيانات
statements, declarations,
وهذه الإعلانات
and those
والبيانات
statements and declarations
هي من نتاج الفكر الإسلامي المعاصر من 2004 رسالة عمان وإلى
Islamic
الأخوة الإنسانية
from 2004 in Amman document to the new alliance of virtue. They are all a product of contemporary Islamic thought. And what's new about them,
الاتجاه الأخلاقي الإصلاحي الكبير وتغيير المفاهيم وتغيير صورة العالم لدى محاولة تغيير صورة العالم لدى المسلمين وتغيير صورة الإسلام كيف يتصور الآخرون الإسلام أيضا فهذه 9 إعلانات وبالذات الاثنان المسؤول عنهما علامة بن بية شيخ الأكبر القديم يقول الحب ديني وإيماني وهو أيضا عند شيخنا الأكبر يقول في إعلان مراكش وفي
in the Marrakesh Declaration and in the Alliance of Virtue
عندنا
عندنا
ليست عندنا فيها مشكلات مع الديانات الإبراهيمية.
We don't have problematics with the other Abrahamic religions. In fact, the opposite. We are reviving and basing on the religious of the Abrahamic religions, and we are seeking to bring them forward and work on them and to draw the world's attention to them at a time where we need an ethical approach.
عندنا مشكلتان
we have, however, 2 problems. Us Muslims, we have 2 problems.
عما يلزم به أو ما يعتبره مهمات أهل الدين. سأتحدث بس عن القضايا والمشكلات.
I will speak simply about
مشكلة مع القيم
بسبب
حتى الآن
we have a problem with ethics because up till today we have not yet arrived at what can be considered a conceptual consensus over what is this revival that is being led by religious scholars and religious leaders in the Muslim world with a new conscience of understanding what is necessary and not to be afraid of engaging with the rest of the world because the rest of the world is not scary. So we still have disagreement, or value disagreement. The second problematic is
هذه
the deduction,
الإعلانات كلها
the
والتي تطورت
theological
من
practice of
البيان
deduction. Now,
إلى
all these statements
إلى
from
الإعلان إلى الميثاق عند العلامة بن باي.
the statement of Amman to the Marrakesh
تراكما
Declaration to the Alliance.
في رؤية العالم
These
تراكما
are an
باتجاه تغيير رؤية
accumulation
العالم في
of a
أوساط
new
المسلمين.
view of the world
ما يزال
amongst
المسلمون كثير
Muslims,
منهم ليس
but many
المتطرفين
Muslims,
فقط
many of them, not only the
عندهم
extremists,
مشكلة في
but
الربط
many
بين
Muslims
الحق والقيمة يظنون
still have a
أنفسهم
problem
مظلومين
in
وبالتالي لا
connecting,
يستطيعون المشاركة
in
في هذه القيم لا
identifying the
يعطون
relation
الحق
between
الكامل في
the
المشاركة
value
في هذه
and
القيم العالمية الكبرى.
the rights. And
وعندنا من جهة
if they say that our rights are not
مسألة
being met, then we do
لأن
not
الموروث
participate in the value.
لم يستلمه التقليديون فقط، لا بالعكس.
There is of course the problem
جزء
of
كبير
the
منه استخدمه
inherited
الأصوليون
teachings
والمتشددون
of Islam.
والمتطرفون،
The
وعلينا
inherited
أن نحل
teaching is being
هذه
exploited by
المشكلة
the extremists, as we have
في هذه
seen.
القصة.
So we have a problem there.
الذي أختم به.
Now, I would like to conclude with
في الوقت الذي تشتد فيه الحاجة إلى روح ركاب السفينة
today,
في
at the
التضامن
time where we
والمسؤولية.
need the spirit of the passengers of the ship
دعوة
in
من
solidarity
العلامة
and
بن باية.
in responsibility. This is the call of Sheikh bin Bayyah.
وعرض على الديانات الإبراهيمية وعلى العالم
We need to present
للتعاقد على
it to
إنفاذ
the
مشتركات
Abrahamic
الحق والخير
religions and the
والسلام
world to agree
والتضامن
on
والأخوة
what is
والمسؤولية.
common in solidarity and fraternity and responsibility, and our solidarity together gives us a part, gives us the agency to impact the world and to have an impact on peace in the world.
تشتد فيه الحاجة روح ركاب السفينة في
And
التضامن
today
والمسؤولية
we need the
تنبعث
spirit of the
عندنا
passengers of the
بالإضافة
ship
إلى هذه
to
القيم
take on the
والفضائل الموجودة في
responsibility that
الإسلام
are stemming from our
ينطلق
values
معنى
of
جديد
Islam.
آخر لدينا
There is a
أيضا.
new
لدى
dimension
المؤمنين هو
today,
روح
new
الاحتساب،
meaning, which is the
روح الاحتساب في
sense
الإسلام،
and the spirit of
والتي
accountability
تقارن
and
وتدفع
the
نحو حلف الفضول باتجاه المعروف والخير العام. هذا
enjoining what
كله
is
ينبغي
good
أن يكون ديدن
on
أولي
others
البقية
in Islam.
منا ورسالتهم إلى العالم. الاحتساب الذي لا يبتغي المقابلة إلا في الأخوة والحب والشوق
a reward
والتوق
except
للنظر
a
إلى
growth
وجه الله
in
سبحانه
fraternity
وتعالى.
and
المسلم
in compassion.
كما
And
اكتشف
you do it for the
ويكتشف
sake of God, not for any
وينهض
And
وتقوى
Muslims
فيه هذه القيم ودوافع هذه
need to
القيم
rediscover
ويلتقي
those
فيها
values
مع
and to meet
أتباع الديانات
with
الإبراهيمية
the
ومع كل
followers
من
of other
يوافق
Abrahamic
عليها
religions on these
خارجها.
bases and with all
يحتاج
parties outside
بحسب
Abrahamic
العلامة بن
religions
باية إلى هذه
to
الروح.
meet with
هذا
everybody. We
الروح
all need
وهذه
this
الروح
spirit.
والإسلام العلامة يستخدمها بالمؤنث والمذكر. يحتاج
the word
إلى روح
spirit, the word
الاحتساب
ruh in Arabic,
التي
His Excellency
بالفعل
the Sheikh uses the masculine and feminine to
لا
describe it.
يخرج لا يقصد في من ورائها مقابلا ولكنه يقصد فيها المعروف والخير العام. وشكرا لكم واختصرت كثيرا.
General good. And I have been very brief. I've actually summarized quite a great deal. Thank you, Dr. Redwan. And Dr. Redwan is always what he says is always interesting and very deep. And he gave us an idea of common projects in the West for common ethics, and he expounded some of the differences between them and their objectives, and also compared them to the project of His Excellency Sheikh Allama bin Bayyah. And also talking about the context that we are addressing in the Islamic Ummah, and how we need to deal with all of these. So thank you a great deal once again, Dr. Redwan Al-Sayed. And now our next speaker is Rabbi Professor Rovin Firestone, Regenstein Professor in Medieval Judaism and Islam at the Hebrew Union College in Los Angeles. and also the founder of the Center of Jewish Islamic Cooperation in Los Angeles, and has written a great many books and treatises on the relations between the Abrahamic religion, especially Judaism and Islam. I give you the speech, sir. Rabbi Rovin, please go ahead.
Thank you. Shalom Aleichem to everyone, and a warm thank you to all the honorable presenters here. May God bless the organizers and sponsors, and may God bless you all as well. It's an honor to have been invited to address this esteemed forum on the New Alliance of Virtue. That name, the New Alliance of Virtue, comes from an ancient event most of us know about that is known by almost the same name, the Alliance of Virtues. Here's what happened. I'll just review quickly. When Prophet Muhammad was a boy, he witnessed a terrible conflict in his native town of Mecca. This conflict became known as the Harb al-Fijar, the sacrilegious war. Those days, before the rise of Islam, was a time of absolute devotion to tribe. This loyalty made a mockery of justice and dignity toward anyone outside one's own tribe. The problem became so bad that people felt they could cheat anyone who belonged to a different clan. They felt free even to commit violence against them. There was no sense of universal brotherhood and friendship in Mecca during that time. It was so dangerous that people couldn't even trade with people of other tribes. It was every family alone and always in conflict with other families and even at war with them. It got so out of hand and such terrible things were happening that the people had no choice. Either they had to find a solution to the problem, or they would allow their society and the world they knew to collapse. After many negotiations, the tribes finally succeeded in creating a multi-tribal federation. The purpose was to transcend the narrow-mindedness and join people together so that all would benefit from kindness and compassion rather than suffer from cheating and victimhood. The community managed to form something much larger than narrow tribal loyalty. It was a federation of tribes based on shared values. These were shared values that everyone could understand and everyone could appreciate. It was called the Hilf al-Fudul, the Alliance of Virtues. No matter which tribe one belonged to or which god one worshiped, all were able to come together because they all aspired to the same values of mutual respect. This must have required a lot of negotiation and argument because it was an agreement made by human beings, and people can be very selfish. Later, when the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, those values were articulated through the transcendent voice of God. God emphasized in Surah Al-Ahzab that ultimate loyalty was not to be given to tribe, it was to be given to God. The famous statement, Tawakkal ala Allah wa kafa billahi wakila. Put your trust in God, for God is sufficient as one to trust. If everyone is loyal to a higher power, we are less likely to allow family politics to divide us. And in the next verse, God says, Ma ja'alallahu lirajul min qalbayn fi jawfi. God has not put two hearts inside any person. And soon after that, God says that it's not important which father or tribe one belongs to, فَإِخْوَانُكُمْ فِي الدِّينِ, because all are brothers in religion. Now, we find the same message in the Bible. In the book of the prophet Malachi, it says in chapter 2, verse 10, Halo av echad lechulanu, halo el echad bara'anu, madua nivgad ish be'ahiv lachalel brit avotenu. Have we not all one Father? Did not one God create us? Why do we break faith with one another, defaming the covenant of our ancestors? Clearly, the ancient Jews had the same problem as the ancient Arabs. The Torah includes many stories of the same kinds of petty values between families and tribes. When there is division between communities and peoples, so much valuable energy and resources are wasted on fighting with one another. This problem of wasting resources by fighting between communities and peoples is universal. We see it everywhere today as in ancient times. Now, many of our ancestors believed that accepting the one true God would resolve these petty fights. Under one God, all our divisions would fall to the side as we came to realize our unity under God. True belief would bring everyone together when we realized the truth. But that did not happen. Why not? The reason simply is because we could not agree. Now, according to Jewish tradition, humans cannot agree because God created humans to be sentient beings with resolve, with egos, and with a need for independence. And that includes independent thinking. The Talmud teaches a story comparing the power of the mightiest human on earth with the power of God. The mightiest human was the Roman Caesar, the emperor. He would command the creation of millions and millions of denarius coins from the same mold, all bearing his own face. They were all exactly alike. But God was much more powerful. God, the Blessed Holy One, created many more millions of humans from the one mold of Adam, and yet every one of them is absolutely unique. We are all unique. We reflect, we deliberate, and because we are each unique, we differ. We will never agree about religion, even if we find agreement about God's unity. This applies not only between religions, but also within religions. There will always be division, different opinions, different assessments, different suggested solutions. And when there is disagreement, there is often bitterness and acrimony, and there is resentment. History has proven that even common belief in the one God will not resolve our petty fighting. That's because there will never be a shared understanding of God and God's demands. And what I have just said so far is only about monotheistic religious communities. There are billions of people in this world who are not monotheists. Disagreements are no less obvious among them. We will never have views and beliefs that we can all share. But despite our many differences of opinion and analysis, we all share the same basic values. We all crave love, whether Jew, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, atheist, Black or white or brown. We all need to feel a sense of personal dignity. Everyone wants to be treated fairly and with respect. We all have the same requirements of clean water and healthy food, acceptable shelter in order to live. This is the beauty of the notion of an alliance of virtues, because it's not about belief. It's not about any particular religion. It's not about any particular political system. It's about values. And all humans share the same basic values that I just mentioned: love, dignity, fairness, respect, the right to live healthy lives. The success of the original Hilf al-Fudul, the Alliance of Virtues, lies in the fact that people could not realize their basic goals of feeling love when they were being attacked and killed. They could not attain a sense of personal dignity when they were insulted and cheated by others. It was great adversity in Mecca that brought the people to realize that they could not live lives of value when the others in their community could not live lives of value as well. It was only when they realized this that they were ready to form the pact. The original Alliance of Virtues brought together a very small collection of tribes because the difficulties they faced were insurmountable otherwise. Today, we are witnessing a global crisis, unknown in living memory. The global pandemic has illuminated the suffering that so many experience today from the very same indignities I just mentioned. People are suffering from terrible fear that they and their families will be the next victims. People cannot love when they are so terrified. They cannot have a sense of personal dignity when they feel that they are denied access. They cannot live if they are unable to earn reasonable wages for their work. This global pandemic is a horrific calamity that no one can ignore. That makes it also a real opportunity, exactly because something of this magnitude cannot be easily dismissed. Resolving the problem in one country, in one population, resolves nothing. The living virus will only return. No single community can become healthy until the entire world becomes healthy. This is a lesson that we have no choice but to learn. God created us to think differently from one another, but while we differ over opinions and beliefs, we share these same core values. We can feel the fear of others. We can taste their need for dignity as we feel it ourselves. It seems to me that only through a global alliance of virtues will we be able to save ourselves and our planet. So let us join hands, friends, and even enemies, to ally together at this time of global crisis and a global alliance of virtues. Ken Yehi Ratzon, may this be God's will, inshallah. Thank you.
شكرا لفضيلة الحاخام دكتور روبن فيرستون.
Thank you very much, Rabbi.
Thank you, Rabbi,
Firestone,
for this
and
very
thank you
deep
for
analysis
highlighting the common values between
what,
the Abrahamic religions.
is the meaning.
Rabbi,
Also,
for
it was
this
important to
exposition
look at the different experiences,
and the alliance
and
of
we
virtues
do agree with you
and
what
the
we
results
all
that you
face
will
in
arrive
the
to
Abrahamic
is
family.
that
And we know
it is not possible for all of us to
it
have
is
a common
possible for us to
understanding.
believe in the divine. And it is possible to share the same values. That could be our weapon in order to help us to live a good life and to be held responsible, and also to share the benefits. And this also applies when we're facing this coronavirus. Thank you very much, Dr. Firestone. And now I give the floor to Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh, and I hope he is ready now.
تفضل دكتور إبراهيم.
Dr. Ibrahim, please go ahead.
دكتور إبراهيم تسمعونني؟
Dr. Ibrahim, can you hear us? Yes, I can. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. In the name of God, and may God's blessings be upon his prophet. Your Excellency, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, Your Excellencies, the sages, the scholars, may God's peace be upon you. I am starting this speech with poetry that basically means that I would have liked to be among you in person so that we can exchange views. However, it is not meant to be that we meet face to face and that we have to meet virtually. In my speech, I would like to explain that I hope that the spirit of the passengers of the ship is going to be my guidance because it was a very rough trip to reach where we are now. And we hope that using common grounds and common values and ethics we will be able to get to where we want to be. We hope that the silver lining of the pandemic is going to be an ethical revolution that will help us to lead the way together. And whenever we are faced by adversity, whenever we are faced by a calamity, we need to think and we need to draw conclusions in order to make things better in the future. That definitely applies to the corona pandemic. It has impacted the lives of every single one of us, and it has had really disastrous results and consequences for so many countries. However, this is a lesson for us to think about the life post this crisis and how we can use this crisis in order to make our life better in its aftermath. Human beings need to adopt a path of renewal, renewing their ethics, renewing their values and virtues.
هذا الأمر لم يكن من ذي قبل. كانت القيم الإسلامية في شكل مواعظ لا ترقى إلى الحوارية.
Islamic values in the past came usually in the form of sermons, and they were not always open to discussion. But now we need to have a dialogue that is based on the common grounds of virtues and humanity and ethics. That's why it's important to think about the central role that human beings play. A human being is always at the center, or should always be at the center of such discussions. At the moment, the human beings also have to face things like how digitalization and how artificial intelligence and other elements of technology can have an impact of one's life. And this is something that human beings need to resist. They have to exercise their own free will and not be under the control of digitization. And the renewal is not a matter of material renewal, it is also a matter of moral renewal. And the pandemic made it very clear that we have a common destiny and that we are all in the same boat. And following the pandemic, we are very much in need of a revolution of ethics.
توقفت الثورة الأخلاقية في تقديرنا على تجديد مفهوم الإنسان وأول منطلق هو إخراجه من قوقعة الفردانية.
So to start with, we need to renew the focus on human rights.
الإنسان الصانع هومو فايبر، الإنسان العارف هومو سابينس، ونتجاوز الإنسان الراقم هومو نيميريكوس إلى الإنسان
I apologize because the speaker is speaking on the phone, so it is not always very clear what he is trying to say. The sound is not always very clear. Human beings have been through a lot of experiences that led them astray from the right path, and having a revolution of ethics, rethinking our moralities is something that we need to do in the aftermath of this crisis. And the American poet T.S. Eliot tackled this issue in some of his poems. And maybe we do not need to be very pessimistic. Even before the corona pandemic started, there were philosophers who were very pessimistic about the future of humanity. However, we do not need to adopt this pessimistic view of the human destiny. We need to look at how we can break down the barriers, how we can move from thinking of a human being as a means to thinking of the human being as a goal. So a human being needs to enjoy dignity, and that requires us to look at a human being as the ultimate goal and not as a means to achieve a goal. Another thing is the digitization of everything and how this is becoming widely spread, especially with globalization. Technology is taking over, and it is bringing humans away from spirituality. Also, we need to look at the moral responsibility and the ethical responsibility of us all. Globalization cast aside the state and the countries. And in the global market, there are powers that are pushing globalization forward and leading human beings astray. If we think of Socrates, of Aristotle, and of other philosophers, we will conclude that human beings are responsible beings, and every act that we commit has its consequences. So having values is important because this guides the acts of human beings.
تليق به وفق أخلاق الكرامة الإنسانية التي
And this helps human beings to act according to the principles of human dignity. When we look at the issue of responsibility, we can see that in some cases, human beings led to their own destruction through their acts.
وقد عبر هايدغر عن هذا الواقع بأن الإنسان هو راعي الوجود. بمعنى أنه هو الذي يحمل في لغته العالم، والعالم لغته شحنة من الوجود ويرعاه رعاية.
Human beings are stewards of this earth and they are part of this existence. Dr. Mashrouh, you have 2 minutes. Therefore, we need to go back to our instinct, to how we were created, to what is called in Arabic fitra. So, if a human being is tempted to commit an evil act, it is important to rethink this in the context of our fitra. This is where human values play a role. And also this is where laws play a role. So the status of ethics is very important. And maybe ethics